The analog was understood, but I guess it wasn't. It's tiring, Aqualex, man. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So I'm changing the subject. Sorry, just a very profound time in history. Yeah, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. All right. That's okay, sequels. Nah, don't worry about it. It gets tiring, man. And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. It's just, yeah, there are certain topics that we just, because we don't know, is really hard to discuss because we're all sitting here pretending like we know something and we don't. You know what I mean? That's why I try to stick to practical physics. It's like when you watch two people that argue political science, like on Facebook or on, you know, X, Twitter, Twitter X or something. It's just like, you tell these people are really passionate about something they know nothing about. You know, it's like that scene in Men in Black, and your boy Captain America over here. You know, like the best of the best, so with honors. You know, he's really excited and he has no idea why he's here. You know. I'm okay with calling it Twix. That's fine. That just, yeah, sounds a little inappropriate. Before you move on, any realistic guesses about what's cooking at the Skunk Works right now? I can show you one thing if you want. This is what we know about. Are you a left Twix guy or a right Twix guy? I don't need Twix. Whatchamacallit is where it's at. Yeah, Phil, no, it's all good. It's not you. Like, it's just, it's hard to manage a discussion about this stuff on my end, dude. That's more what I'm talking about. Like, it's not, I understand what you're saying, but, you know, like, I try to keep things into perspective. The perspective is what I'm trying to illustrate. That, you know, an SR-71 would be as foreign to somebody from the 50s as this stuff is to us. And you can make exponential leaps and bounds, you know, like in technology. Look at computing. Computing power increases at an exponential level. I don't see why aerospace engineering couldn't do the same thing, you know? Like, just because the distance between what that thing does to, like, modern understanding is a lot further away than what the SR-71 was to modern understanding of that time period doesn't mean that you can't have exponential increases in like innovations and for aerospace. Like, that's totally a thing. We see that with Falcon 9. Falcon 9 has gotten better over time. Falcon 9 Block 5 can do things that Falcon 9 1.0 could never dream of doing. Right? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's just, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, oh, I absolutely know with conviction that it's a defense object or it's us. Like, saying is just, you know, there's perspectives to understand there, and you should, like, that's important to factor into judgment. Yeah, Aqualex, for sure. How's that, Sile? Is that's pretty good for something coming out of the Skunk Works? Skunk Works rolled that out yesterday. That's the X-59. Quiet supersonics. So, no sonic boom, dude. More like a sonic thump. The funny thing is that that's topical to what we were just talking about. This thing looks like what you would expect a like jet to look like in 2023, right? Like, if we could go back to, if you're old enough, go back to like the 1990s versions of yourself. You know, if you like, well, what does a jet look like in 2023? That's what a jet looks like in 2023. You know what I'm saying? Right? And once again, keep it into perspective. If this is what the Skunk Works is letting us know about right now, can you imagine what else they got cooking up in there? Like, this is the part of Skunk Works that they let you see. In the 90s, you would have put more neon stripes on it and lasers. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the center of mass of this plane is right here. It's over here somewhere. Crazy, right? Is this a new fighter? No. Geek, that is the X-59. It's an X-plane. So you might see a couple more of them, but usually X-planes have a limited run, right? What that plane is designed to do is basically leave no aerodynamic wake. Think about like what a cigarette boat does in water versus like a barge. A barge will leave this crazy big wake, right? A cigarette boat will just cut through the water. That thing's designed to do that with air. Now, don't get me wrong, a little more complicated than that. It is aerodynamics. And I know that aerodynamics are not hydrodynamics. I get it. Geek, the long story short, the end result of what the X-59 is supposed to do is leave no sonic boom. Or a sonic boom to the point, a sonic boom that's quiet enough to where it doesn't sound like a howitzer going off in your ear. That's the whole idea. Quiet supersonic transport. That's why the nickname for the X-59 is Quest. Quiet supersonic transport. QUESST. Is it going to be small scale for a future airliner? Well, if it does what they think it's going to do, Geek. I mean, because right now they have theoretical simulations. When you're testing aircraft, you have to, it's just like rockets. You got to do the math out. You got to do what you think it's going to do. And then with the X-plane, you build it and see if it does what your math says. You have to make sure that the flight demonstration matches your analytics, and then the behavior of low boom quiet supersonic transport technology could find its way into airliners in the future. Sure, why not? That's what X-planes do. X-planes are basically, let's see if we can make a plane that can break the sound barrier. That's what the first X-plane was. That's what the X-1 was. The X-15 is like, let's rock it. Let's see how fast we can go with a plane with wings, Then there was all different types of other X-planes around. Actually, it's more like what Jerry Anderson and others came out with in the 60s is what would be flying in the early 2000s. Yeah, but Tessa, that plane sucks. It has canards. No, not canards. Winglets are the future. Winglets, not canards. Airliners won't get quicker anytime soon. They are working on efficiency at the moment. Might make them slower than faster. Have you heard of Boom? Yeah, I know about Boom Supersonic Max. Yeah, what Boom is trying to do is just make a low-cost supersonic transport. And they basically said sonic booms be damned. Those are winglets, not canards. Sure. Before we jump into Kerbal. If you're sitting in the middle of the afternoon at a bar in Coronado, California, 40 plus years ago, watching Star Trek, the only other person at the bar was a guy about 3 stools down. We started talking about space travel, etc., etc. You got around to talking about Area 51, And he said that he knew that the U.S. had discovered faster than light travel. He sounded convinced of it. I don't know if he was in the Navy, but there is a naval base in Coronado. I'll never forget that conversation. Yeah, maybe. Hey, Jacob, what's going on? All right, here we go. How about we fire up the old tunes here? So, uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to replace the UPS. What's wrong? Yeah, signal might go. This is fine. It's saying there's high load. Can you stop doing that, please? Turn on VSync with KSP. It'll be the GPU going crazy. Alright, let's put that up there. I have cam open on the other monitor, drummer. So the UPS actually was not lying this time, which is good. I haven't replaced it yet. I gotta replace it, especially after what happened the other day. I'm watching the power utilization. My UPS decided to go off in the middle of a stream. It just shut itself off. Didn't need no beeps, no nothing. It just went. Okay, let's see what happens when it goes to the main menu. Set the in-game frame limit to 60 or 120 and it'll be fine. I don't even know where that is. Even it's fine. I don't think we need to do both of these, Tessa. I think so, 95, yeah. We could try frame limiter at 120, cap it at 120 with no VSync and see what happens. Yeah, that seems to be... Yeah. Alright. Well... Okay, I'm watching that GPU. I have a monitor up here, guys, that's above the camera that's kind of turned down with all the... Yeah, like I usually have Task Manager opened and diagnostic stuff open to watch the load on the GPU and CPU and RAM, etc., etc. Well, wait, it's that SSDO? Yeah. Let's get the joystick out. I wonder what changed since you last booted KSP. Graphics card, man. I don't think I've played KSP 1 with the 3090. Or 3080 Ti, excuse me. I have mod packs, Panderific. Yeah. A visual mod pack. We could go full res on the texture if you want. In fact, I wouldn't be against it. GPU load right now is at, inside of the SPH, 38 and climbing, 37, oh, capped at 38, 39, 37, 36, 39, 0, 4, 0. Interesting. All right. So yeah, baby. I mean, that's the big one, but I actually wonder if we're gonna get better frames. I mean, surely the like sim rate is gonna be poo-poo, but as you didn't answer my question, I'm guessing that your UPS might be glitching. Yeah, Mortissimus, I missed it, first of all. If you tagged me, then I would be more likely to see it, but if you didn't tag me, I just assume you're not talking to me. It's just easier for me to keep track of chat that way. However, with that being said, that UPS date is well beyond its shelf life. The UPS manufacture date, that thing is 6-7 years old. I need to buy a new one. I just forgot to do it. Probably just make a note on my phone to just do it tomorrow. Maybe Chatter EJ can help you with this. I have my Grand Tour craft at Minmus right now, and I'm trying to get to Drez. What do you think is a reasonable Delta V amount to get to Drez and land from Minmus? I mean,
Discovery, go and drive
phasing is what really makes the difference here, 95, but you're making the phasing more difficult because you're going from min-miss. You're going from min-miss to Kerbin to Drez. So make sure Kerbin and Drez are in their kind of natural transfer window. And then basically what you got to do is escape min-miss's velocity. And the right thing to do would grav assist off of Kerbin. Grav assist with the right ejection angle. Basically, you're trying to mimic a Kerbin to Drez injection, or ejection angle from Kerbin. And the best way to do that would be to utilize the potential energy from entering Kerbin's grav well out of min-miss's SOI. So you're definitely carrying enough potential energy to put yourself on a transfer to Drez. If not, wouldn't take much more. Yeah, you might need a little more. Like, I mean, if you used a grav assist off of Kerbin 95, this shouldn't be more than. If you're doing over 1,000, you did it wrong. That's taking into account Kerbin grav assist and taking into account that min-miss might not be in the perfect phasing to get the proper ejection angle off of Kerbin. Hey, Victory, 64-month resub. You have 3,000 Delta V in min-miss orbit. You should be able to get there with that if that's what you're asking. Once again, leave min-miss's orbit like you're going back to Kerbin. Low perigee around Kerbin, and have your ejection angle from your low perigee around Kerbin mimic a transfer. Are we making an MLP? Novus, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make a mobile launcher, but I kind of have to refocus here for a second. What I wanted to do is go do some testing with the small SSTO's pad. The reason why, let me find a block 3. Did I leave a modification date for this? 21. Block 3. No. The reason why I want to mess with this is because, well, it actually might take a second because we would have to retrofit this thing. There are some things with this SSTO's design. Like, I might... Have you ever made a functioning VTOL? Yeah, of course, Milo. Or were you going to make a mobile one? I mean, I could make an ML if you wanted, but... That SRB hierarchy problem is the big... Wait, how did I fix that? What did I... Oh, no. Novus, I found a way to stack twin SRBs and get the hierarchy to work. I honestly forget how to do it. So if you have differential inclination 95, put yourself on the right transfer trajectory, and then change your inclination in heliocentric orbit after you've left Kerbin. No, do the transfer and get your rendezvous nodes close to each other in the map view, and then do the inclination change around the sun. You'll save Delta V that way. You're covering the LC3 also. LC3? I did exactly that. It takes 600 to 700 meters a second Delta V for that inclination change in heliocentric orbit. Yeah, 95, you're never going to get it exactly right. I said as long as you're spending under 1,000, that means you're close enough to an ideal transfer. because you got to remember, you're 6 degrees inclined with min-miss, so unless you transferred out of min-miss back to Kerbin at min-miss's ascending node relative to Kerbin, you're always going to come in slightly tilted, and that could screw up your inclination. So you know min-miss's orbit is tilted, and at certain points it passes over Kerbin's equator. If you did the transfer then, providing you're still in good phase with Dress, that would help. Sorry, Long March 2D, any way to watch it? The Chinese never stream their launches tweets. So 95, alright. Look at Kerbin from the side in map view. So this is Kerbin, right? And then that's an equatorial orbit around Kerbin. Alright, min-miss is 6 degrees inclined, right? 6 degrees. Do your transfer to grab assist off of Kerbin when min-miss and Kerbin are aligned. When min-miss is right here. Passing over, in this case, it would be a descending node. Do the transfer then. That'll shoot you into Kerbin equatorial, and it'll be easier to do a phase. It'll be easier to get your ejection angle right. Yeah, so Novus, we figured out a way to do SRBs, to do the twin stack SRBs. I honestly don't remember what it was, and I'm a little annoyed that I forget that logic. In terms of VTOLs, Milo, here, I'll show you a VTOL. This playlist rocks. It's Robert Parker. Yeah, man. I used to listen to this all the time when we played KSP. In terms of VTOLs, dudes, I have... Milo, here, look at this one. Yeah, that's what I mean about the 1000 Delta V 95. Unless min-miss is in the perfect phasing, right at the perfect time for the perfect transfer window with Drez, you're kind of screwed. What? Yeah, yeah, exactly. What Aquex said. So Milo, have you seen this thing before? I think I have, but I meant something more like the F-35. Like a jet VTOL? Is that your version of an Osprey? This is an autogyro, Artusis. I've built planes in the past like that, Milo. I'm not sure I have anything loaded into the save. I mean, in the meantime, I can show you this. Jet engine VTOLs are they're kind of tough to make. Unless you're using like SAS for gyro stabilization, they're a little bit difficult. The reason why is because, well, jet engines don't really have the best throttle response, and you need high throttle response to get a VTOL to work correctly.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So here, let me explain. So this thing works like a helicopter, right? With propeller blades, like helicopters, you're changing the deflection here. Like, see, I can pitch the blades up or pitch the blades down right there. And pitching them up and pitching them down, right, is an instant throttle response, or instant response. So this is why we don't have like jet VTOLs, why we still use stuff with propeller blades. Because changing the angle of attack of the blades, right, can make it so you can go up or down almost instantly. See what I'm talking about? The other thing is that I said jet engine VTOLs are hard to make without gyroscopic stabilization. Well, I have two of these things spinning in opposite directions. This one is spinning that way, the other one is spinning that way, right? That one's spinning clockwise, this one's spinning counterclockwise. These are a giant gyroscope working together. The blade spinning is a giant gyro. It stabilizes the vehicle. It makes it really, really easy to control. Now, unlike a regular helicopter, you'd have one of these and then you'd have the tail rotor to counter the gyroscopic precession that happens from this, right? The thing is, yeah, with jets, you really don't get any of that. It's just a force that pushes down. Because of cyclic control and cyclic pitch and collective pitch on rotor blades with helicopters, it's much easier to make something hover. You have Igor Sikorsky to thank for that one. But the interesting thing about this is that this isn't just a twin-engine helicopter. Like, this isn't just a helicopter that flies around. This thing is actually an autogyro. So, Milo, this isn't necessarily what you're looking for, but here. I have those two engines in the center, and they have not been on. They've been just kind of idling. If I take those two engines in the center, right, and we throttle them up, you know, see, they take time to spool, like a jet engine does. And now what we do is we take my helicopter engines, and we shut them off. And then we go onto our flight computer, switch the flight computer to horizontal flight mode. So in this design here, my helicopter blades aren't powered, but my blades spinning act as a gigantic wing. See, no power to the helicopter engines. I've tilted them back just a little bit, and the oncoming air makes them spin. They makes them whirligig, and they generate lift. And that basically gives this plane the ability to have a wing surface area that's way bigger than this tiny little stubby wing that I have on it. Okay, Clayton, thank you. So Milo, it's easier to make VTOLs with spinning blades than it is a jet one. With that being said, I have built jet ones, but there's no stabilization for it. In real life, VTOLs need RCS. True story. In real life, vertical takeoff and landing aircraft like a Harrier or something, it has RCS like a spacecraft. There's little jets that shoot air in different directions to get it to maneuver around. Because with a jet engine just pointing down, there's no way to steer it. There's no way to steer the dang thing. If you try to vector the thrust with a jet engine, the thing flips over and crashes. A jet engine for a jet VTOL has to point basically straight down, and that's about it. You might be able to use it very, very sparingly to, like if you have thrust vector control on a downward facing jet engine, you could use it to move around, but it wouldn't be like this. Quick question, doing basic pads with hold down points, connecting the rocket via one docking port on the tail service mast. They're working fine with small rockets and pads, but when I scale up, the pads crack in themselves in the VAB. Any way to fix that? It's how you put your pad together, Zay. So Milo, this auto gyro affords me to do some pretty cool stuff. Watch this. So obviously the jet engines are off. Shut them down. No helicopters. No helicopter blade power here. No jet engine power. Check this out. If I had a jet engine VTOL right now, we'd fall out of the sky, right? But gravity pushing down on these rotors, right? Gravity pushing down on these rotors is making them spin faster. Gravity pushing the plane down is introducing the rotors to more air, and they actually spin. They'll start spinning up by themselves. This phenomenon is called autorotation. It's actually one of the things that makes helicopters super safe, or at least a lot safer than you might think in the event of an engine failure. Check it out. I shut my engines off and we're still flying. We're still flying just fine, actually. Now check this out. You want to see something really cool? Watch. if I pitch the blades up at the last second, see? This is why you don't see many jet engine VTOLs around nowadays. I don't know why the shading and lighting is doing that, guys. It's some very weird stuff going on. That's the graphics card. Pretty cool, huh? I made these planes in KSP a little while ago, and these are great for exploring around Kerbin because they're so ridiculously safe. They're really, really, really safe. You really have to screw up to get this thing to crash. I'm not sure if that's driver issues or what, Doom. That has something to do with lighting. That's ambient light. That's not what we want. Shadow cascades, perhaps. Nope. Hey, Torch, what's going on, man? Nope. No, that didn't really change it. Just turn up all of the settings. Reflection mode. Reflection texture resolution. Highlight effects. Relative conic patch draw mode. Uh-oh. GPU load went to 80%. That's my UPS not liking it. Anyway. Can you show off the OG Tuk, the one with the Kraken Tech axle you made before making history? Because that would be cool. Kraken Tech, the hierarchy Phenos doesn't really work that well in KSP2. Yeah, we tried making Kraken Tech in KSP2 a little while ago. It doesn't really like it right now. I do have this, though. Nice, all systems. This is the last version of the Tuk that we made. This incorporates auto gyro, the auto gyro tech that you just saw. This thing's super cool. So check this out. This has a synchronizer in it on this one, dude. So, let's see something cool. Watch. There's a synchro in it. Look at the blades. The blades stay perfectly synced. See, even if we pause, perfect synchronization. Pretty cool, huh? There's actually, I made gearing in a little gearbox out of RCS balls for the people for the uninitiated. And they're attached on a light duty rotor right here. And that light duty rotor is basically, I mean, we just gizmo the parts out. There's basically an axle that goes through the top here and it synchronizes the blades. The end result here, dudes, is actually really, really interesting. Watch this. If I take this motor and we hit remove from symmetry and we shut it off. Oop, the axle broke. The axle broke out of its housing. But, check that out. One helicopter motor is spinning both of the blades until the gears desynchronizes and it crashes. Hey, it's a prototype, okay? Pretty cool though, huh? I've gotten that thing to basically fly with one rotor in the past, which is actually super interesting stuff. Super cool. What are the thermometers for? It's a bearing. Slow. It's a bearing. The RCS ball is the axle, and the thermometers hold it in place. Pretty cool, huh? You can make all kinds of cool stuff like that. You can make all kinds of cool mechanics. Osprey moment, literally. They're called thermo bearings, that's right. You can make a synchrocopter. You can make whatever you want. I'm looking around here, fellas. The flying cuckoo clock isn't in this game. That's a shame. Here, you want to see another cool case? Watch this. Yes, that is what you think it is. Hang on. We need different music for this. What's up, WD-40? AK-47s for everyone! Surprised you don't play more Space Engineers. Okay, I will work. You have brought me shoes! What's up, Adam? How you doing, man? Pretty cool, huh? Can't say I haven't missed you, buddy. You know life. Hey, it is what it is, man. It's all good. Hope you're well. I got no complaints. I wish Ferrari didn't suck, but it is what it is. Nice ring, by the way. Thanks, sir. see how fast we can go. Uh-oh. We threw a track! Abandoned ship! Women and Mogs first! Oh yeah, it's re-entry group, Kyron. Yep, yep. We can crawl on the ocean floor. Alright, so... Give me 1 second here. Alright, so what I wanted to do is go and mess with the rockets here. Yeah. Nice. Very nice rocket. Yeah, Vertexi, I don't know. We've never gotten it far enough before it threw a track to get into the water. I could build a better tread system if we really wanted to, but it's not really what I want to do today. Didn't know we had a Falcon Heavy launch tonight. Yeah, we got EchoStar 24. We're going all the way to it. No, what you want to do is put 8 of those tracks under a launch pad and move it. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I'm wondering where my fully upgraded... Yeah, okay, there's the SSTO. This reminds me, are you aware that the first conceptualization of tracked vehicles was to bring the load spreading capabilities of railroad track plus ties to mobile vehicles? They were, and with a few tweaks still are, inherently designed like train bogies with a rail wrapped around the wheels. First ones even had wheels up front for steering. If I recall correctly, it wasn't until the advent of using tanks in the war that we got that skid steering. Cool. That's awesome. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it basically is. Alright, guys, I gotta take a piss real quick, and then when I get back, I want to work on this thing. So, this is a SSDO, single stage to orbit, meaning this thing takes off from this launch pad and makes it all the way up into space. We gotta work on some things, though, with this. Puma integrated support structure. Yeah. I forget why this thing... We tested this a little while back, but I forget why we had problems with it. There was something didn't go right, and I'm not exactly sure what it was. But yeah, let me just reset here for a second, and we'll go from there. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Just gonna use the restroom. This dingy thing has enough delta V to orbit? Yeah. But it only has 1,000 kilogram payload capacity, Torch. But yeah, I'll show you how it all works when I get back. Yeah, just gotta pee. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Okay. Yeah, just gotta pee. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty. We need to make this exactly 5,600 credits cheaper. Yeah, nice. Huh. Interesting. That's cool, man. Purple Bite, what's going on? All right, so.
Discovery.
Hey, Moto,
Go drop.
19-month resub. Ah, she's as gorgeous as you remember. Yeah. All right, so I need to remember. Did we do that? I could have sworn we landed one of these the other day, but what happened? Did we have drift anywhere? Like, I don't remember. I think we may have had drift somewhere. No. No. There are some things I would like to change on the SSTO, but that thing took so freaking long to make. I'm not exactly sure I want to. See the panels? The panels are its thermal protection system, which actually, I think that's really one of my favorite things about this thing. New launch box. Well, that is an upgraded launch box, but you know what, Sun Temple? I gotta figure out why this thing was doing what it's doing. I could have sworn we had it dialed in, but I seem to remember us doing something last time with this and it freaking out. It didn't like it. Yeah, Torch, that was a part of the SSTO project that I wanted to mess with. Basically involving volumetric scalability in Kerbal. Now, this is all in the stock game. So you have the small SSTO, which is Launch Vehicle 5. LV5 was my internal kind of name for it. That's 5A. And then there was LV5B. What I wanted to do, and this is basically, I wanted to use this as a tech demo, like the X33 was a tech demo for VentureStar. Note the triangles that this thing is made out of, right? You got the smallest triangle right there, and then the medium triangle. There's 4 different types of triangles that you have in KSP in terms of panels. So you have that one, you have that one, and then you have that one, and you have that one. All right. My idea was that if I made an SSTO utilizing just these 2 triangles, I could theoretically make a bigger SSTO that could have the exact same thermal protection system, provided that this thing worked, using this panel as a sub for that panel, and this panel as a sub for that panel. Right? Makes sense. So, all I'd have to do is scale up fuel tanks and scale up propulsion, little ways and stuff. Now, keep in mind, propulsion, fuel quantity, doesn't really scale linearly here because of fuel density and et cetera, et cetera. But so we did need to tweak some things, but we ended up doing it, and we made a vehicle LV5B, which is Launch Vehicle 5B variant. LV5B is this thing's bigger brother. It's literally the exact same craft file, with some exceptions here and there. Instead of using just a single triangular wing like that, I have double. We scaled up the triangular wing using different wing panels and stuff. This is its bigger brother. LV5B uses a Mark III payload bay instead of a Mark II payload bay. And like I said, propulsion didn't necessarily scale exactly the same as I thought it would scale with the volume of the vehicle. The crazy part about this, Torch, this project that I was doing, craziest part about this, not XV5B. Why does that name sound so familiar? Crazy thing about this is that I built this launch pad too. The idea was that it was a 100% fully reusable system. All you had to do was just get a crane and put new payload in the payload bay every time. How long ago did work begin on this? We worked on the SSTO during the pandemic, Pigzig. I dated the craft file. Last time we messed with the SSTO at all was on May 26, 2022. So last year. But that was the hybrid tech update test. So it would have been from 2021. In case you wanted an update, I gave myself 1,000 more Delta V by unlocking tanks. Downside is my craft is imbalanced. Upside is more Delta V. Yeah, man. There's actually a real XV5. Yeah. The Vertifan, yeah. I was gonna say the XV5B sounds very familiar because yeah, the Vertifan. Yeah, pretty cool idea. Anyway, I don't want to work with the big one just yet. This project, the problem is that this project ended up fundamentally failing miserably. The pad exploded in my face, and the difficulty settings that I was playing by meant no reverts, and it was in career mode, so you had funding. So yeah, it was a disaster. No one would accept the code. Entire crops were lost. The problem really has to deal with load-bearing structures on this thing. But the crazy part about this is, and this is kind of ironic, my SSTO program, about 6 months after I stopped working on it, right? I stopped working on it completely. I even took a hiatus from Kerbal in late 2021. We just played Satisfactory and Cities and stuff. I did that because I didn't really want anything to do with the game. I came back about 6 months later, and I figured out exactly what I needed to fix. We kind of figured out a gameplay meta called hybrid tech. The hybrid tech is the thing that I use to make the gyrocopters and stuff. Hybrid tech works around hinges being used with physicsless parts, so they'd actually end up they don't actually bend, they don't actually drift, so you can make super strong hinges, and that essentially was the reason why the SSTO blew up on the pad, because too many parts got bent out of alignment, and then the game just decided to blow up the entire thing. Well, we all know fixed price development is a problem. Touché. If you're getting this guy launched today, I'm here for it. Well... could. Getting the SSTO up on there is kind of a pain in the butt. But yeah, we can... Here, let me go over into the VAB and see if I can... Let's see if we have the craft file over here. Didn't do it. When's the Falcon Heavy launch again? 7 hours, give or take. Listen to what the music lady is asking. We do not have it over here. I have a bunch of my other stuff over here, like this bad boy. What's the purpose of the X-59? Quiet supersonics. Moto. No sonic boom from that plane. A sonic thump. Do you have to assemble it all while each part is separately launched? The launch pad? No. For the SSDO. All you need to... There's four principal vehicles that I need that make the whole thing work. We have our tow truck for the SSDO called Jet Truck. There's the launch pad, the SSDO, and the integration bay. I'll show you. Here, let's load up. We don't have one in the VAB, so I'll admit what we're gonna do here is gonna look a little bit strange. So here we go. Let's go here. Let's switch the editor over to the VAB. And trust me. I'll show you what we're about to do. So the idea with this torch is that this can launch from anywhere. Anywhere I could roll this pad to. Yes, I said roll the pad. We can make a launch complex. The cool thing is that a little... Yeah, okay. Cool thing is that a little bit of time after I developed some of these projects, we put Kerbal constructs in, and we can put pads out there, but so watch. We have these jet engines on the back, and we can literally, the pad is on landing gear, and we can move it. The entire thing is a mobile launcher. I will admit that those aren't intended shock absorbers, but you get the idea. Does it float? It would list, Jim, because the center of mass is most definitely not in the center of the vehicle. It's not, it would just basically do this. So you know what? Just for the sake of this, let's let's just put it down right here. Alright, so how did we do this? I know that needs same vessel interaction on it. I think we got to put the landing gear down on the SSTO itself. Gotta go digging through the guts of this thing and find the other gear. There we go. So these things are designed to realign this thing onto the pad so we can turn it upright, but See, this is really where this project kind of failed. My alignment mechanisms and my mechanical systems to make this thing all kind of interface together didn't really ever work right. Now, keep in mind, this one has a it is a retrofitted system to hold stuff in position, but it still isn't really exactly what we want. And I think we needed to initiate an overclock on these things. Debug rotational, overclock, 2.5. Yeah. Give me 1 second. We have to configure the pad. There's a way that you could basically get more power out of the hydraulics if you basically set their force limiter on a curve like this and then punch it right there, and they'll produce 359% of what the hydraulic force that they can make. So take that, copy it, go here, paste, go here, paste, go here, paste, and now my lift hydraulics should work. So basically we need our master rotational control off. We need our launch box rotational control enabled and our erector rotational control disabled. So what we need to do now is play. Let's see what this does. In Kerbal Contracts, if you set that auxiliary pad as a launch pad, you can load craft straight onto it. Then you can make your launch pad in multiple parts and then attach it to each other. Yeah. I'm not sure I want to do that because of part count limitations, but oh balls. Okay. I haven't told you this, but I had an incident playing KSP that broke me from ever playing KSP seriously again. I once came so damn close to a working space shuttle. Am coming back tomorrow or day after to KSP, make a working space shuttle, and use it to do my first ever interplanetary missions. You shouldn't be deterred by failure. Just like I shouldn't have been deterred by failure from the SSDOs failing. Because I eventually figured out the solution. Okay, so now we gotta go in here, and we messed with the rates there, and now we have to re-enable vessel collision here so that thing locks into position. Control from here, -1 on the pitch. Go into my launch box rotational control and just Okay, so there's some stuff that needed to be fixed with the rotational control. Let's try 2.36 as the final value. Copy, paste. Okay. I mean, you could anchor parts to the ground and not have as hard time with the hierarchy. Imagine if the platform, lift structure, and load box were all separate crafts. I'm not gonna lie, Aqualex, that would just make doing everything here 1,000 times harder. I'm not sure why you think that would be an improvement. That's with my experience with this stuff. That's not that. Yeah, that's just gonna make everything a lot more difficult to do, dude. Alright, switch to the SSTO, turn the SSTO's brakes off, switch back over to the pad. Yeah, see, this air brake lift mechanism is quite primitive. Not the biggest fan of the thing. But what we basically have to do is get that guide pin into that slot right there. And you can do that by pushing back like that, and hopefully the whole pad doesn't explode. Nope, that was actually pretty good. Cool. Okay. That actually aligned pretty dang well. That wasn't bad at all. But, yeah, there's much better ways that I could do this nowadays, but... yeah. The point was that, from what I remember, a big part of your problems came from having the pad be so many parts to accommodate the ramp and all the shenanigans with having that not blow up when you dock. If you could cut that out of the equation, I need control over everything. Everything needs to be one vehicle for when we go to launch, so we can. Yeah, I get where you're going, but no, I don't want to do that. No, that's not going to work. That's just going to make more problems getting everything aligned. That's just one more problem to solve, and that's just going to make the part count ridiculous. Any perceived benefits from that aren't going to be thing. Save. Cat, the whole thing is designed to work with no quick saving and quick loading. So we'll see what it does. I don't think that's going to work. Either way, I got to kind of focus on this. We can have this conversation in a second. I don't want to miss a step. We're positive pitch up 3. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do here is move this into position. Okay, that docking port is aligned. Take that, lock that mechanism. Is this launching today? Yeah, Ninja, we should. Okay. Alright, watch this, dudes. Okay, so now the big part here, and this is what I mean about my attachment mechanisms. This is where I'm getting kind of like, oh crap, what did I do here? Because now we need to move the vehicle up, but I don't want it to bend. How did I do it? Well, the landing gear actually should be root part attached, so let's... Yeah, okay, cool. Hierarchy didn't let me down. Okay, so now what we need to do... Launch box rotational control needs to be in reversed. Erector rotational control is enabled. Master rotational control, enable in the forward position. Okay. Now we need to hit 2, undo the pins, and alright, let's see what this does. Ready? I'm just looking here. All right. All right, I'm just watching stuff moving around. I'm trying to just look how this thing moves. Because what I kind of really want to do, guys, I'm not saying I want to redo this project from scratch, but I think there could be some stuff that I could better implement here to make this whole process go a lot faster and be a lot more precise. Like my latching mechanisms and whatnot. If you notice, that's not latched. See, it's not all the way in the slot, which is no good. But yeah, they need to work. This whole thing needs to kind of work as one piece, which kind of is hard to do when you have flexi docking ports that connect everything together. But can this launch pad handle the B variant or no? No. The B variant is like bigger than the launch pad, dude. Question, EJ, just got home. Why and what is 9.2 metric tons for the Echo Star? Your metric, the word metric confuses me. It's 9,200 kilograms. Times that by 2 to get how many pounds? $89.9 on the rates. Not bad. Okay. All right, she's in the vertical position here. 89.9 is the rate control here. So when I say rates, 89.9 degrees. The plain English way of saying that is that the thing is pointing straight up. It needs to point straight up to fly into space correctly. That's, yeah, see, if we hit this docking port, select control from here, 89.9, 0.0 degrees a second radian, which means it's not moving. Okay, so the next thing to do is to bombard the screen with fuel tank options and go into fuel loading simulator, because we need to select all the different tanks on the SSTO. And the SSTO is made up of a bunch of smaller tanks in here. There's a bunch of tanks that are kind of end up being shaped like a triangle, but they're so jam-packed in here, it's really difficult to select all of them. Some of them even clip into each other just a little bit because the propellants in KSP don't mimic the exact same storage density as hydrogen. So what we got to do is we got to select 2 FLs like that. We need 151 adapters. We need a 215 adapter to go there. The problem is I made the launch pad out of freaking fuel tanks as well. Because those fuel tanks, these Mark III rocket fuselages, are very strong parts. And they make a good platform when you kind of put them all together. I kind of have to use the lines here to make sure that we don't just transfer fuel into the launch pad. And this is the only real way that I can select all the right tanks. That's the payload fuel. Don't need to worry about that. Give me a second. This is something that I'm just selecting all the fuel tanks. I just got to make sure we get every one of them. If we don't, we're going to have a bad day. And we will not make it into space today. Okay, so I need 4 X232s. So 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4. The Mark II to 125 is the top here. That's in front and behind the payload bay. Alright, I am gonna put these over here off to the side for a second. Happy we're back in KSP. This got you through university. There you go. We need 2 X216s right there, and another X216 in front of that. Right? Now we need 2 X216s over here. Okay, that's the one in front of that. Alright, that goes there, that goes there. 215 and 215L. Go over here. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what takes the most amount of time. If you're using something that's fully refuelable, and I had to split up all these damn fuel tanks over this, it ends up, yeah, this is the most tedious part, fueling. Pretty sure a real Falcon 9 fuels faster than this thing. Okay, dudes. All fuel tanks are here. Alright, so now what we do is select one of the windows in the tank farm, peg the window, cycle the UI, and enable cross-feed, open up the fuel valves. Enable cross-feed. Alright. Load it up. Fueling has started. Would renaming the parts help sort the tanks quicker? Probably not. Now, if we coded a guidance system using KRPC CW, then yeah, we could fuel it. Yeah, it would definitely go faster. Like, I would just have the script pick up all the tanks. I mean, Aqualex, you're saying split up the parts to make it split up the parts that actually have to be complex, lift structure and load box, but them staying aligned with the ramp and coming up with some type of alignment is going to make it more complicated. So like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's a good idea. I do like the idea of just putting it out there on the construct pad. That's the original reason why I got Kerbal constructs in the first place, so I could have a nice flat spot to make pads that's not in render range of the runway. But like, for instance, splitting the launch deck and the launch ramp away from the launch structure here I don't think is a good idea. What happens when we turn the engines on? The pad has to be heavier than the vehicle, or else the vehicle will take the pad with it. I know what you're going to say, ground clamps. Ground clamps suck. They suck. They're horrible. They don't work. They don't work as well. They drift around on the ground. It's good for locating one entire pad in one spot, but even then it all moves around. They're susceptible to float point. The best thing to do is just keep this on a flat surface. Yeah. The ground points are terrible, man. They really don't work too well. Yeah, they float around just like a hinge. Because that's not a bad idea, but I think that's where that's what I mean. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. The best solution that I could have came up with, dude, and this was like me trying my hardest to not crack and strike KSP, was to just leave the pad floating and just make it heavy. You know, if it's going to move around, you might as well let it move around, right? EJ, what was your conclusion about what Barter are doing with NASA moon investment? Their description is super complicated. Peter, I forget what we said about them the other day, dude. I mean, you can't place ground anchors, Aqualux, in the SPH. A Kerbal has to put them down, and then you need to have some kind of alignment mechanism. But even then, like, there's no way to get the ground clamps. Like, say I needed a clamp for the ramp and a clamp for the box, right? There's no way to get those perfectly aligned. There's no way to do it. Conformal phenolic impregnated carbon ablator tech transfer. Peter, it's a spray-on phenolic resin. Basically, think like fiberglass. The conformal suggests that it'll conform to any shape that you apply it to. So it seems like they basically have a bucket of heat shield paint that you can just dip a paintbrush in space and paint a thermal protection system onto something. At least that's what I was able to surmise from that, which is interesting, right? That's... I'm thinking like heat shield repair, for instance, would be super useful in this regard. Literally Flex Seal, but with heat shields. So like, say, you know, you have like a vehicle that has a tile on it and one of the tiles comes off, right? I'm pretty sure the idea here is that you could literally just paint this on and it'll substitute the tile. It's for like repairing heat shields on orbit. Or if you're trying to bring something back down, you could paint a heat shield onto it or something. At least that's the idea that I'm kind of seeing, but I'm not sure. It's probably not as cool as we're making it out to be, but it still probably is pretty cool from a technical feasibility standpoint. I don't think it's as simple as just applying heat shield paint to something, but it might be as simple as applying heat shield paint to something. Yeah, see, this is the other problem. Look. 89.1. We've strayed 10 degrees in one direction, which is no good. Hey, Rhino. Maybe Columbia could have been saved with that stuff. Yeah, Malachi, maybe. You'd need something to put it on. You'd need something to attach it to, but yeah. Annoyed at Twitter today. Oh, Rhino, I started this stream out today with basically saying that this is just this Senate subcommittee meeting for UAPs is just basically there to get testimony about UAPs from civilians. It doesn't actually confirm anything. What it does confirm is that the government is acknowledging that this exists, that UAPs exist. That's the big one. That's the big bit of news. What's actually said in the interview is unprovable, and I'm not going to say it's irrelevant either. And I'm not going to try to say that the guys that are saying it, the guys that gave testimony, are full of crap either. It's the fact that they're entering it into the congressional record, like it's on the books. This is a thing that exists. That's the cool part about that. What did the astronauts treat damaged tiles in return from the station from testing? I don't know what you're trying to ask, John. Unexplained things exist. Yeah, Rhino, I don't really... We did a Space News thing about Nerva engines because much cooler news, and it got overshadowed by the whole UAP thing, is that NASA and DARPA handed out a contract to manufacture nuclear thermal propulsion engines to Lockheed and BWXT. The contract is for a in-space nuclear thermal propulsion test in 2026. Nerva's back. Yeah, that's way cooler to me than the UAP hearing. What is UAP? UFOs, Vladimir. Have you ever made nuclear transfer stages in KSP? Yeah, many times. I made a nuclear transfer stage for my space shuttle once, Erudite, and coupled it to the back of the thing and sent it to the moon. Just to say that I could send a shuttle to the moon with a nuclear transfer stage. Shuttle Nerva. Fun times. We did that in like 2016. That was a long time ago. BWXT, didn't realize they do stuff for aerospace. Well, they do now. They do nuclear stuff. They make nuclear reactors, Artusis. Are you streaming through to the launch? That's the idea, Sebi, yeah. How much time until Falcon Heavy? 7 hours. No, less than that. It's 5 o'clock. It's at 11, so 6 hours. The transfer stage from career mode was cool too. Yep. Got some great news today. The startup I work for was named in the top 10 small sat startups via satellite. At Astro. Nice, Peter. That's cool. Is KSP2 still unfinished for you? Vehicle is sagging badly. Yeah, it needs more time in the oven. Yeah, we're getting some serious sagging. That's not good. I would, if this was mission mode, I would stop. I would stop fueling. This is not good. We've deviated by almost 2 degrees. So, long story short, fueling this thing is causing... See? You could see it. It's bending that way. The whole structure between the launch frame and the vehicle is bending to one side. It wants to tip this way, which is not ideal. If it blows up, then yeah, it blows up. But, yeah, we'll see. The erector is there, Aqualex, to hold it straight up while we fuel the damn thing. That's what it's supposed to do. SpaceX is launching at some very unfriendly times for Euro audiences lately. I mean, Sebi, Ariane Space does too, don't they? Like, okay, we're not fully fueled yet, but we're close. I think we should proceed with fueling ops just to see, and then mess with it fully fueled, because we're not going to get a good result, because there's not really going to be a case scenario where the vehicle is 95% fueled to uncouple that. See, 87.8. See, this is what's no good about this, man. That is the biggest problem that we have with the SSTO. I'm waiting for something to bend so much that it's going to snap. 87.7. We had 3 degrees of deviation. We started at 89.9 and we're at 87.9 or 87.7. That's way too much deflection for a rocket. Honestly, if a real rocket saw a 2-degree deflection from fueling, they would stop. That's way too much deviation. And literally right when I unclicked that, it broke. It snapped. Yep, it broke its hold down point. I can't launch this, dudes. The second we go to launch it, it'll just get stuck. It'll get stuck and explode. Damn. See, this is what I mean. This is the problems. We like the system's just not. Like I said, we're gonna go to launch it, and this, see that part right there? That's part of the SSDO. It's gonna go to separate, and it's gonna get caught on this thing, and the SSDO is gonna immediately tip over and crash. But, you know, whatever. We're here, so might as well. This is why if you see anomalous telemetry and you can verify that it's bad telemetry, you don't proceed with a launch. Watch. So that, I want to point out that this hydraulic right here, that hydraulic's still attached. We stretched the joint between the hydraulic mechanisms here. So this is about to break really badly. Watch. If I... Yeah, see. Watch. We've basically turned the transporter erector into a slingshot. Ready? Trebuchet. Whoosh! And that's why that doesn't work. If I recall correctly, the IRL design was put up on the launch box, then the transporter erector was retracted, and only then did they fuel it through the TSM. Probably for this reason, sitting on just the launch mounts, the load is symmetric. Attached to the TE, it's no longer symmetric loading. Considering how it attaches, that was the whole point of having the docking port on the thrust box. I mean, it's not a manhole cover with escape velocity, but it is something, yeah. Torch, the vehicle tipped over. I need better hold downs. That's the problem. I mean, yeah, maybe Oculus, maybe. I don't want to get hung up on that, dude, because there's so much other stuff that I need to redo anyway. So, yeah, I mean, maybe, but I seem to recall, that sounds right, dude, but It still does that sometimes under fuel load conditions. The hold down points are inadequate. TE, the attaching and detaching the TE should not make a difference. You know what I mean? It shouldn't make a difference. It should be the same. So, I'm kind of like, I mean, I don't want to have to go and mess with the SSTO design again, but that might be what we need to do. It's just the load points and stuff on the thing. Just don't, yeah. Thanks for trying though, man. That thing is seriously impressive. Yeah. It's one of the hardest things I've ever tried to do, Torch. It turns out that making a transporter erector like Falcons is actually really difficult. That's a really hard thing to get done. The separation problem, that better look on that thrust box. Can we peek at Collins? Sure. Yeah, sure, man. Here. What do you think? It's the loads. We never figured in the dynamic load conditions into the SSTO. I basically missed a pivotal part of launchpad testing, which is why my launchpads don't work very well. For the SSTO, I have other launchpads that work really, really well. Yeah, this is the shuttle. My baby. This is one of my all-time favorite builds for Kerbal. This basically flies and does everything like the real shuttle. It works exactly the same. With the exception of a couple smoke and mirrors. Guys, I'm going to grab another drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, Max, this was a beast, dude. This is a monster. Come back now. Yeah, dude, my one thing that I really would like to do is make a launch complex for this, but that would be so many freaking parts, it's probably not worth it. The pad would end up being like 5,000 parts. But it would be awesome, though, wouldn't it? Sounded like a Dr. Pepper hitting the table? No. It's Mountain Dew, courtesy of Aqualux. I know it was a huge pain point, but those streams where you built in space using the arm was some of the best ones. Seth, that thing stressed me the hell out, but dude, I'm so happy we did make it. It's awesome, isn't it? Would you be opposed to modeling your own pad and implementing it into the game? No, I wouldn't, but where does that end? That's my thing. Where does that end? Like, if I'm building a launch pad for this thing, right? If we're gonna build a launch pad for that, what is it? Where does it end? And what do I mean by that? Well, if I'm building a custom modeled launch pad to launch my shuttle that's made out of stock parts, why don't we just make a pad for a shuttle? But see, then again, I don't want that. So, like, would we make modded vehicles too? Like, I don't know. I've completed the Rio Norte line. Oh, nice. Nice train tracks. Looks good, man. Limited to pads, vehicles are stock. I had a viewer that used to watch. He hasn't been around much lately. Here, give me 1 second. I'll find the pack. There's a guy that released a mod pack for KSP that's a Venture Star and like a Venture Star launch pad. And it was inspired by my SSDO program, which is actually really cool. That actually made me super happy. Let's see if I can find it. Was it MGB? That sounds right, Kyron. Yeah, I think it was MGB. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be necessarily against equipment, like me making my own stuff, but it's continuity that kills me. Where that would end up taking a lot of time. Oh, that's awesome. 95, where this? Angel 125. Yeah, here. There it is. There's the pack that MGB made. Yeah, that's it. Here, check it out. He made an SSDO parts pack and a Launchpad parts pack to go. That because he saw me do it. He's like, oh, that would be a great mod pack. I'm like, yeah, it would. RP1 just had a huge update. Okay. Where this would take a long time, 95, it would be me. If I'm making parts for Kerbal that are designed to work with a stock vehicle, I would need to make sure that my parts look Kerbal alike. Like, I don't... I'm not hating on any particular picture here, but... Like, see, this... that actually isn't too bad. I'm trying to find... And once again, I'm not hating, but you could definitely tell that that's not original KSP. That's definitely a mod. Right? I mean, that Delta 4 is freaking sweet, by the way. That Delta 4 looks like a mod too, but... You see what I'm trying to get at? It would have to look like it belongs for me to be like, yes, this is what I want, you know? I would have to make it Kerbal alike, and understanding how they make stuff, like I wouldn't want it to look like this. See, that's clearly an Atlas pad. It's an Atlas SLV. That's Atlas SLV right there, so Atlas Agena. And all these parts look right. That looks right for an Atlas pad, but you can tell that's not Kerbal. Though this is not part of KSP. And once again, I'm not hating on mod packs. Like, oh yeah, Zay, that's a good example. Like Blue Dog does it right. Blue Dog is what we'd have to do. I'd have to do stuff like that. Like, here's a good example. Like, that's what's going on here. You know what I mean? First of all, your MLP is in the flame trench, which is probably not what you want. But yeah, getting it to not look like this. Actually, that's a thing that somebody made. That's actually parts in the game. But the Launchpad parts would have to look like they fit in KSP. I'd have to copy this style, the Kerbalized style. We could do it. It would take some time, dude, but we could do it. I know I could do it. I'm good at that, actually. I haven't modeled anything since the ULA pack, so. The other thing that I would do is make hinges. I would make hinge components that we could hybrid tech way better. I would make physicsless hinges. How about putting simple, larger, non-fuel tank structural parts, less part and no more UI mess? Yeah, building pad parts like that, Savvy, that fit in with the game would not be the worst idea. We could do that. It tipped over on the pad, Jack. What if you just ripped the in-game textures? I mean, I would definitely do that for 95 for like, how do you say it? What is word? I would do that to get an idea of how the texture was made. But, I mean, that would be hard to do exactly the same, man. And the reason why it would be hard to do exactly the same, like, what would be useful here is one of these tiles for making a texture for a pad. But, right? Let's see, if we copy that texture isn't in the light. See, this texture has a light shining on it. That texture has less of a light shining on it. So which texture do we use? This texture isn't texture in plain light. It's textured in a it's the texture with a rendered scene in it. So see how that one's dark and that one's light? Like ripping the textures right out. We'd have to go into the game and find the damn texture and then use that. But even then, like, we'd be making some custom stuff. Are the Falcon Heavy boosters returning to launch site? Yes. Like, don't get me wrong, dude. I'm not saying that I shouldn't do it, and I'm kind of also not saying that I don't want to do it. I kind of want to. That would be pretty fun, man. I mean, especially, how many parts is my shuttle? The shuttle's 827 parts. But, yeah, it's just replicating the textures and Kerbalizing the textures correctly. If they didn't look right, I would be very annoyed. I wouldn't want it. But, actually, the biggest thing that I would be after is hinge parts. Yeah, hinge parts would be a precise hinged component with really, really fine tolerance would be something that I would absolutely want to be after. When is Falcon Heavy? 5 hour 45. It's at 6 a.m. for you, I think. It's something definitely in your skill set, and would get rid of a lot of trial and error. But you need ground rules on how you go. I know you don't want everything modeled in. I mean, 95. Honestly, I could model my entire shuttle. Like, I could model the entire shuttle, but. See, here's the thing. Let's take the tiles. Say I took the tiles, right? And I made them one piece. It won't fly the same. It won't fly the same because that's one piece and not a bunch of individual tiles. The heat flux between tiles is not going to work correctly. This thing would fly completely different. You know what I mean? But then again, I could sit there and engineer a system where you have to attach the tiles, blah, 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 and I don't really want to do that. I mean, I suppose one could... I was about to say, I suppose one could make the argument for making a physics-less tile that you could attach to things, but physics-less don't flux heat. The heat properties of the thing is applied to parent part in the heat flux hierarchy in Kerbal. No, I'm not making up words, I swear. Yeah, Sile, I want to get back into playing more KSP. Yeah. Actually, honestly, just some hinges, some really, really strong hinges would be good, but... I don't know, man. What other parts have the impact tolerance you need for a thrust structure? And can you attach them to each other so the load goes direct instead of going through the frame structure? Physics-less parts have the best... they don't bend, Aqualux. They're made out of tungsten. They don't move. Those are the best ones. Did you watch the UAP hearing? Nah, Linus, I didn't. No. You could export your own models with geometric gliders instead of meshes. Yeah, no, I know how to do all that. I mean, I don't know, dudes. If we do this... If we do a project like this, I don't know if we'd do like a shuttle pad, for instance, right? But I don't know. I mean, okay, here's the thing. All right, I wouldn't mind doing it 95. I kind of want to. However, I know where this leads. I've worked on modeling packs in the sides. It is a lot of extra work. With that being said, if we're gonna make something, I would want to know exactly what we're gonna make. We would need to come up with concept art. So I'd need to design a vehicle, and I'd need to make sure that the vehicle works, and then we'd need to make sure that hybrid tech hinges, I think. The things with the actual round gliders and such. Yeah, the hybrid tech hinges would be at the top of my list of things to make Octolux. But yeah, you brainstorm some. I don't want to have chat vote on stuff 95. That was voting designed by committee screwed me in my mission mode 2 save. Hawkman, sounds like some good content. That's a lot of extra work, 95. And, I mean, we got to think about this long term. Am I really going to want to work on this when Starfield comes out? Probably not. Are we going to want to work on this when Cities 2 comes out? You know what I mean? That gives me about a month. But on the other hand, I remember continuing to watch the stream because of just how crazy some of the stuff you were doing with stock KSP was. Yeah, Brian, that's the other thing to consider. Will this kind of take away from that? One of the biggest reasons why I wanted to make crazy launch pads in the first place is because pushing stock KSP with full reuse with like no parts mods or anything was that was a really awesome challenge. Yeah, you're going to want to work on it with their trains to pull around in the valley. I mean, that's a lot of commitment. That would be basically Kerbal all the time. I'm not sure if you guys want to see that. Even if I say that right now and say, hey, do you want to see Kerbal all the time? And you guys all say yes, that's still not what you want because you don't know what you want. Trust me, I have plenty of experience doing this. You can have the most positively overwhelming response for doing something on the stream, then go and do it and no one cares. Yeah. Oh, it screws with you. Don't worry. Ask any streamer. This happens to everybody. Make the project small then. I wouldn't mind seeing you do mostly stock KSP again with that Python KRPC programming. Have you guys seen this beast mode of a launch vehicle? How much of a Delta V advantage would we have if we had a launch site in Ecuador? Is it too small to consider? In Ecuador or at the equator, Hand? Yeah, I mean, Ecuador is close enough to the equator, I suppose. Okay, so the good of what I see in this stream are the complex projects getting realized. Okay, Cosmo. I want to see you get something to orbit automatically. Drummer, I actually kind of want to go revisit that, dude. I want to go revisit the KRPC stuff. I was actually going to say, it would be really cool to automate the integration process or automate the launch sequence for this rocket, which is basically how a real one works. You know, we have an auto sequencer and stuff, but I want to see you try an RP1 career. Like, so, in terms of launching from Ecuador and or the equator, Hendo, you'd probably get about a 500 meter a second Delta V gain. That's your advantage. However, it's important to understand, one, the location is remote, so it's hard to get stuff there. So you need a place like Kuru, which has some built-up infrastructure to ship rocket parts. Which, now you bring boats into the equation. Boats are expensive. Ships are expensive, but that even notwithstanding, You have about a 500 meter a second delta V gain if you're trying to get near the equator. So an equatorial launch site is kind of really well off for getting the geostationary transfer. That's really where it makes the most sense. If you're trying to go polar, believe it or not, like if you're trying to go into a polar orbit or a sun synchronous orbit, launch sites that are closer to the equator actually are worse. Why? Well, you're spinning this way and you're trying to go that way. Or, well, you're spinning this way and you're trying to go that way. So you have to negate that velocity imparted on the vehicle, which is why a lot of polar launch trajectories, if you looked at it superimposed on a 2D map, looks like they kind of go out and down. They do like a dog leg. So it really depends on where you're trying to go. Honestly, an intermediate launch site like the Cape or Vandenberg are actually good for either if your launch vehicle is good enough. Yeah, something that's intermediary, like 20 degrees north, 30 degrees north, 40 degrees north, on either hemisphere. Those are actually really, really good because that affords you the ability to basically go wherever you want. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Aqualunch. Yeah, guys, click on that link if you want to know more. I gotta get ready for work. My 2 cents is that I'd like to see some more KSP. Yep. See, sea launch, Malachi, means you can launch from wherever you want. You can literally move your launch pad. Your launch pad is a boat. Japan's drift rocket was legendary. That was awesome, Pop. That's a shame that thing didn't work. Savvy, EJ, you have never done a quick or small project. A month is not enough for you to do something substantial with your standards. No, Savvy, that's what I'm trying to say. Because if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. I hate half-assing things. And the other thing is that you can't half-ass stuff with aerospace engineering, even if it isn't Kerbal. The technical complexity of the projects that we're talking about here are pretty insane for KSP. Give me Sea Dragon. Let's solve the problem with what's in game. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I started a launchpad project where, say we built the launchpad for this thing, that would be a lot of development, a lot of testing. It would take me till the end of the year. No joke. And even then, that's a pretty conservative estimate. I think the best thing is to just work with what we have. $4 months for a pad, that's pretty reasonable. Savvy, what I'm not taking into account is that, that's not even taking into account that I haven't modeled anything in Maya in years. Like, years. I would have to understand I would have to relearn how to model things. I'd have to relearn how to texture things. The first month would be just me relearning the pipeline for making a 3D model, getting it all the way into KSP. That would be hard. That would be difficult. Yeah, job training, man. You understand? Yeah, learning a software package, man. I mean, but see, Savvy, you know what the funny thing is? Me doing these big freaking projects in KSP taught me more about spacecraft systems engineering than any college course could. Like, I know... I'm not going to say I know how to manage a project because I have no experience, so I can't tell you if I could or couldn't. But also, like, scope of an aerospace project, that's something I understand really well from this. Model a bicycle, you remember how to. So best bet, redesign for a larger bearing using in-game parts, preferably with fewer parts possible. Okay. So, yeah, I think we'll just keep going with in-game stuff. Let me go up here. The race car I built in college taught me more about engineering, every aspect, than all of my classes combined. Yeah. I mean, Savvy, you can't pay for this kind of hands-on experience, dude. And you know what, man? That's gotten me way better at managing my time, honestly. Mission mode and going through and cutting my teeth on that and failing miserably, that's a big one. Taught me more about managing time than anything. Like, so how long do you think it's going to take? Oh, I could probably get that done in a week. It's taking a month. It's taking a month. Yeah. It's taking a month. Shut up. Don't kid yourself. Companies can and they do. Yeah. So, let's think about this for a second here. Hey, failure's the best teacher, Hellfish. And I have failed. Pretty badly. Okay, so the first thing that we got to do, the first thing that I saw with what we saw with the pad there is that we need to initiate an overclock here. So let's go into the overclock here. Yeah, there's nothing assigned to it. Let's go here. The overclock. Force limiter. Force limiter. Force limiter. Force limiter. You know what? Yeah, I think the best thing to do would be to try and troubleshoot this design before I write it completely off. I think we could do it. So let's get in here. This should be 500 is more than enough. Copy that, paste that, paste that, paste that. Cool. The overclock basically allows your hydraulics at the behest of more electrical charge to be way stronger than what the stock game does. You can basically use the logarithmic curve, or not the logarithmic, the spline curves in this to make these things way more powerful. Super useful. I'm going to need you to fill my Starfield fix when it comes out. I'm getting another GSD a week before it releases, and we'll have no time to sit down and play. Play vicariously through me, Savvy. That was the whole idea. So, Aqualux, the other thing is that our alignment system blows. Yeah, that's the right way to say that. It's absolutely terrible. And I'm not 100% sure how to make it not suck completely. The other thing is that these hinges, while they do work, this works actually quite well. That is spherical, dude. So basically we have a sphere stacked on top of another sphere, and the thermometers are the only thing that's holding that in place. What happened is basically one of these things right here basically slipped through the cracks right between the thermometers. So if we were going to do a custom modeled part, I'd model literally a thimble, right? I'd model a thimble and then figure out a collider for it that works. I probably could fudge that, but yeah, the tolerances here between some of these parts kind of suck. So it's a lot of stuff to consider. The other thing is that these don't actually attach. You're being attached through the docking port right there. I wasn't going to say anything. Yeah, I know. Can you layer more thermometers in to give it thickness? Yeah, we could, Savvy, but I'm thinking the RCS ball might be the problem here. What I could do...
Go and throttle up.
Hey, Ren, gifted 5 subs. Thanks, dude. What we could do is replace these with a spectro bearing hinge. The spectrometer bearing, we could use that. The best way to thicken it up, Savvy, would be to just use a part that has a thicker collider that's also physicsless. Make sense? Ren, thanks for those 5 subs. I do appreciate it, man. We're back to the Dorito. Yeah, the pad already exploded on me once, Hip, so yeah, we've been having a great day. Also, I'm noticing that there's some slight misalignment there, but that's okay. What we could do, guys, is mess with hinge tolerance and try to screw with the hinge tolerance enough to make it work. To be honest, I was thinking of using a stay putnik and a small decoupler. If only they were physicsless. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not, so... I've been pretty lax in being supportive monetarily. Well, I appreciate that, dude. Excuse me. Thanks, man. So we could start with building a better hinge. So let me see if I have an R&D craft file for hinges, and we'll go mess with them. How long have you been back to KSP 1? Today. Oh, dude, that thing. Good times. There's also, when we went and made this thing's pretty cool. I'm new to this design. Is that some sort of catapult like launch pad? Is it supposed to be, isn't it supposed to be vertical? Cosmo, it's a launch complex. Exactly as the name implies. It is the idea is that it's an entirely reusable launch complex, dude. Yep. Yeah, this is a launch complex that all you got to do is bring the SSTO back when it comes back from its mission. Have a truck tow it up this thing. Turn the launch box this way and have it reattach. Yeah, Cosmo, yeah. The idea is that I have a 100% totally reusable launch complex. Like I said, that's the fuel spigot right there. Just back a fuel truck up to this thing, attach it, refuel the pad, and bring the SSTO back over here, reattach it, put payload in it, you're good to go. How about this? One RCS ball into the space between a trio of RCS balls. Make a contact plane 45 degrees off of 0 on each trio, and it should work. Close to the same as the ball and collar that you mentioned. Give me an idea, dude. Wait, why do I have 0 to disengage a motor drive? Oh. Neat. Alright. So this is a step back in the conversation, but what about taking an existing part and making it physicsless? Should only take a data implement and could address your issues. It could. Except we could do that. Ever check out extraplanetary launch pads? Nah, rip. So, I got another idea, dudes. What about this? I have a way to lock this. If you look, that RCS ball is attached to the pad, and this one is attached to this piece right here. When the pad moves into position, I toggle vessel collision on this, and then when the pad is up here, and then when this thing moves into position, I re-toggle it, and it locks it into position. It locks it in the cup, right? What if we did something like that for our hold downs, on top of basically giving it a flat surface? A bit technical regarding Twitch. I can't claim more channel points. What are those used for? Can those help you in any way? Nah, they're just points that you can do for better viewer interaction, Adam. They don't actually make me any money or anything, except if you redeem the ad time one, in which case I'll play an ad, but... Yeah. Question. I have KSP 2, and you've never played KSP 1. It's on sale on Stream Free right now for £7 or 16 with the DLC. Do you think the DLC is essential? The DLC adds all the robotics and stuff alleviate. I would... for £16? Let me put it to you like this. Have I gotten £15 worth of entertainment out of this game? I think that's worth it. Yeah. Oh, Adam redeemed ad time. Alright. Ad time. It was redeemed in channel points, dudes. Sorry. And if you're still here, well, hey, thanks for supporting. I appreciate it. And, yeah. I think redesigning the hinge here is a good solution. All right. Let's build. Banana. Torch, dude, if you could monetize the amount of value you've gotten out of this game, it would be unfathomable. Torch, would it be enough to buy a house and a garage? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I know. We helped you do that. Of course. What was the intermediary, though? And build the truck and, you know, also find my wife. Yeah, that's kind of important. That one's pretty cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Adam, give the sub to Brian. Thank you. Banana. Banana. Na, 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 na. Alright, just put some batteries on the back of this and put some solar panels on it. I'm going to use this to test hinges and test load on hinges. Okay, so what I'll do... Now, I'm wondering here. Cubic octag is physicsless, right? That's a physicsless piece. So, let's experiment. And this is the kind of stuff... This is basically just a testcraft file to test, like, load on things. I need to figure out what's some type of Kraken Tech system, like basically using vessel collision to get the parts to line up, like when you put a rocket on a launch pad. I need to basically come up with some type of system here to hold basically a fully fueled rocket. What, you know, it might be prudent to see how much the SSTO weighs. This is a test pad. We're retrofitting some parts on the pad, someone, to try and make it reliable. Let's try to retrofit first and figure that one out from there. So, if we're trying to make it work with LV5, this is A Block 3, so this is, yeah. This is an older version of it, not the one that we were using for pad integration, but... That's cool, Aqualux, neat. Tool changer system for a printer, no one's made one. Ball bearings against parallel pins and 3x2 and to make a kinematic coupling. I had to drop off for food. Anything interesting said on nuclear engines? They're manufacturing them, Alleviate, for a test flight in 2026. They're going straight to a test flight because they said that trying to retrofit any test stand with nuclear capability would end up costing more than just flying one into space. Now, the funny part about that is NASA literally had operative word. They had a test stand that was capable of testing nuclear engines, and I did not know this until today. The A3 test stand that was built for the Constellation program has the capability of testing NTPs on top of the J2X, which just pissed me off even more. Yeah, NASA pawned this one off to Rocket Lab. Yeah, a test stand for testing nuclear propulsion. That's very frustrating. Could you just rent it back from Rocket Lab? You're in a contractual lease, Wisp. You'd have to break... NASA would have to break their contractual... Or Stennis would have to break the contractual obligations. That would pretty much get very expensive. Yeah. Rocket Lab got rid of those capabilities. I don't know what they're doing with it, Alleviate. As far as I know, they haven't really done much. How much does the big boy weigh? Okay, let's use 300 tons as our benchmark here. I'm telling you guys, Constellation, $30 billion. It's going to end up costing us way more than $30 billion to get the same capability, even if Constellation ended up going over budget. But, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so, the bearing designs that we have... Whoa, the panel tessellator. Cool. So the first thing that I'm going to do is do a little bit of an analog test here. Not an analog. Think of it as a control. So I'm going to try to get these hinges to hold up 300 tons. Pretty straightforward stuff. What I want to do is mimic the crossfeed of a rocket on here. So do this. Get your docking ports together. We got to do a hierarchy trick here. What tank is 300 tons? Fully fueled. Anything? Ah, yes. That. Yeah, that'll work. So what I'm wondering now is if it's a wise decision to... No. I don't know why we've never had this idea before, but a cubic octagonal strut is physicsless. So if I put a cube octag in here, and then we put the docking port on said cubic octag, like that, and flip that sucker around like that, and then set that to absolute, it shouldn't move. I wonder if that's going to work. We'd have to do a control test on that as well, but we'll figure that out in a moment. Okay, so there we go. We got our docking port right here. Now we take this piece, reroute to the docking port. Now take the docking port. The hinge is holding up a heavy load is the problem we're trying to solve here, someone. Hold off on the suggestions, please. I will not be taking any questions on this matter. Yeah, hold off on the suggestions for a moment, okay, bud? So a good way to make sure that this is perfectly aligned is if we attach a piece there like this, and then attach another piece here like this. If we absolute snap that one, and then absolute snap that one, and then take this thing, put it down, and they Z-fight, that means they're perfectly aligned on this axis. Perfect. Okay. Now, go down here like this, do the same exact thing. Snap that. Snap that. There's Z-fighting. Okay, so that is centered. Now go into local orientation here, put this out like here, like that, put that out there like that. Now, next thing I need to do is go in here, rotate this 45 degrees, and I'm going to need another RCS ball as our pilot dowel in 4x sim, like this. So take that, RCS disabled. Okay, so we can put this out right now, but this isn't going to do exactly what we want. The reason why it's not going to do exactly what we want is, well, one, it's we're loading up right out of the gates, which is not what we want. We don't want to do that. We don't want to load these things up immediately like this. So what do I mean? You don't want to just shock load the hinges with 280 tons of fuel tank and fuel, right? So I'm just gonna put some strut. I'll put struts in here to make sure that the launch pad light doesn't break or anything. And then, yeah, Yeah, we could just put the probe core down here. Or move it forward and get it out of the way in case that thing falls. So this is representative of a launch pad. Like, you know, this is our launch pad. It's holding up the tank. But now what we got to do, I'm going to take the fuel out of that, right? Grandparents strut that. And now what I need to do is take this similar fuel tank, right? Or something that has equivalent fuel mass. We need to empty the fuel tank out here, right? Disabled. And then what I want is 2 tanks that are half the size, like this. And these will represent our tank farm, right? And they'll hold this thing up in the air. Best game ever. Kerbal? Oh yeah, bud. Okay, so it's probably better if we use the monopropellant tank here to hold these tanks up. The reason why is because the monopropellant tank, if you turn it on its side, so if we attach this via a node snap and we turn this way and we use absolute snap and we bring it down, it's basically flush with the side of these tanks. So we'll know that all points on the pad, all load-bearing points on the pad are basically touching the ground and it's not bending and flexing to one side. This will basically alleviate the pad from flexing around. We don't need any monopropellant in there, and we need fuel in there. Now what I need to do is go in here and make sure that we have a crossfeed all the way, that we can crossfeed fuel. If we go to the fuel delivery overlay, yes. Tanks can flow through the root part, through the docking port, into the fuel tank. Cool. So that'll work. Excellent. We have batteries right here, Adam, but you know, I guess keep it nice and symmetrical. We'll put it there. Cool. Thank you. So, now if we just wanted to be super strong and prevent this from bending too hard, we can always do some struts in 2 times symmetry that go from here to there to make sure that the pad is perfectly symmetrical and it doesn't move. Use absolute snap to make sure that these are absolutely right. I love using absolute. You snap to the world grid. There's an imaginary 3D world grid here, and absolute will snap it. That world grid is on 10 centimeter I think it snaps in 10 centimeter increments, just in case anybody was wondering. Super useful for making sure stuff is perfectly aligned. What is the root part? The root part is that structural tube. Okay, so good idea would be docking port, grandparent part, and then setting this to grandparent part 2. Actually, you know what? I have an idea about these that I'm going to do. Basically, the idea is just let the docking ports kind of weeble wobble around, but they're on physicsless parts now, so they might not move, but who knows? Okay, so we have our pad. There's no fuel in this tank, so the idea is that we're going to load up 280 tons of fuel in this, and we're going to watch what these hold downs do. This is a long-term mission series? Not necessarily. I'm just doing some testing here. It could be, Sile, if I figure out something here. Any parts to check off for same vessel interaction? Yes, Adam, we need SVI on the thermometers, these pieces, and that piece as well. And then, yeah, that's what we need. We need it on those. So, this is our control. These are the hinges that we have holding up the SSTO right now. We need to watch how they deviate and watch how they bend. Going to my tent at the airport for the 2nd night in a row. I'll be back on cellular data here in a bit. Alright, Torch. Night, Sun Temple. Okay, so that's with no interaction. I forgot I needed to suspend the thing. Give me 1 second. So that's what it would be like if it was being held up by the docking port. Some things that I like to tell people, like KSP1 players, this is probably not applicable in KSP2, but an interesting thing for the KSP1 crowd, docking ports suck as a structural, as load bearing. They're really bad for that, in real life as well, and in Kerbal. The docking ports are very flimsy. So if you ever have something that's going to fly around in space, using same vessel interaction and using something else to carry the load instead of the docking port could be useful. So just move those in a little bit, and it's going to be held up by those struts initially. Do you like KSP2? Yeah, sure. JJ, I just think KSP2 needs more time in the oven. Give it some time. KSP1 was played like KSP2 back in the day, and look what it became. So, yeah, just give it some time, dude. All right, same vessel collision is enabled. Now, if I undo these struts, the tank should not move. Shouldn't move at all. Just... It moved a little bit. Not much, though. Now the tank is being held up by the hinges. So, what we need to do is go here, here, and here. Open these up. And basically what we got to do is watch what these hinges do when we start loading the tank up. So this is basically going to mimic the fueling mechanism on the pad. It just takes less time to implement it. It's like toilet bowling around. You see that? Ooh. Yep. See that? That's what happened. That's what happened with the SSTO. That phenomenon. So it's replicatable. We know that that's what happens. I don't think I need to remake them, RJ. Well, yeah, we got to remake them. I was going to say they just need to be slightly redesigned. We just need to come up with a slightly better hinge that's suited for this application. The thermo bearing is like a door hinge. It's not really good for holding something up, right? So let's see what else we could mess with. Do I have the spectro bearing in here? I don't think we do. Okay. We don't have the spectrometer bearing in here. So what we're gonna do is this. Give me this right here. And we can have this be the base for the spectro bearing. The reason why I call it a spectro bearing is because you make it out of the physicsless parts, the fluid spectrometers. Spectro bearing. Do it in 6 times symmetry. Oh boy. So what I'm gonna do here is give me this right here. We need to see where the collider starts for this thing. Ooh, this thing has a really wonky collider. What happens? What do we get with an absolute snap? What I'm gonna try to do is basically make a cup out of these things for the hinge for the pilot dowels to basically go into. Easy peasy. I'm sure you'll figure out how to fix it. Yeah, I got this, man. I'm not worried. Okay, so we have our Spectro hinge right here. And now the real question is, do we make it bottom out? Oh, excuse me. Do we make the thing bottom out on this? Or could we put a piece like this? Let's try with absolute snapping first. Go here like that. I don't know if that's gonna absolute snap correctly. Get rid of this. Go here like that. RCS disabled. All right, let's try this Spectro bearing design. So we will take these out. And then I'm going to move these down. 1, 2, 3 clicks. Like that. And then grab the root part of the Spectro bearing. We're going to copy it. And notice how I rotated the entire thing to line up with the absolute, grid. Okay, now let's go in here like this, select these, enable same vessel collision, go into here like this, enable same vessel collision, up here, enable same vessel collision, but give it a toggle on this part for disabling same vessel. Think of that like a lock-in point. All right. Let's see what these do, shall we? Hey, Nagwal. It fell off the pad, RJ, because my hold down points couldn't hold the fully fueled vehicle up. Basically, the problems that I've been having. It's just the dynamic load problems during fueling that are screwing me up.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Okay, so let's hit 1. Load this thing up and disconnect the struts. That should do nothing. Okay, so let's select 1 tank, right? And then start loading this thing up. Okay. So this is 144 tons of fuel. Keep in mind, the bottom RCS in this picture, that's the top holder. This is the one that's attached to the tank. Right now, basically, 4 octagonal strut pieces are holding this thing up. That's what I mean about physicsless parts. They're literally made out of unobtainium. See how strong that is? Alright, so go here like this, go here like that. Let's load up the full 280 tons. Hey, Nagwell, 14-month resub. Okay. Now, let's take the docking port. Ooh. Look at the sag on the docking port during fueling. See what I'm talking about here? Everything's scrunched a little bit. We really don't want it to do that. We compress the strut up against the collider. Whoa. Dude. Alright, here. Let's undock it and see if we can just get it to hold it up. Yep. There was a lot of potential energy built up there. That's crazy. Okay, so the physics-less parts will start getting angry after a certain amount of time. So now what I'm wondering is if we spread the load around. We spread it over 8 hold down points. Will it be able to be held up? The deviation in those docking ports that we saw was not good. Alright. Let me make sure that the ones that we added. They all need to be in 8x sim, so hold on 1 second. Get rid of those. And now we have that located, so we know where it's going. I'd like to remind everybody that physics-less parts, who literally have they don't bend at all, are having trouble holding this up. The large SSTO, we had a fairing plate holding that up. A physically simulated part holding the entire SSTO up. That's part of the reason why it exploded in our face. Alright, let's try this again. At least there were no crew on the SSTO. Yeah. Oh, man, it's getting hot in here. We're getting a heat wave this week, basically starting today, so that's good. It's getting pretty toasty in here. All right, ready? Hold it up. When you're like this, disconnect. Alright, let's just go straight to 280 tons, because we know that 4 hold it up. Whoa. It was good flanking, very nice. Alright, how much deviation did we get on the docking port this time? Alright, let's see if it holds up 280 tons of fuel tank. Nope. Nerva's gonna have a flight test flykin in 2026. Yeah. It's gonna be... Yeah, it just doesn't like this. I mean, I think these will hold up. Here, let me try this one more time. I think these will hold up the half fuel. I'm pretty sure it'll hold it. But we might need to find another way for this thing to bear load like that. I'm not 100% sure what we could use. What launch vehicle will launch the Nerva? They haven't decided yet. It's an NSSL vehicle, National Security Space Launch Vehicle. So right now there's only 2 NSSL vehicles on the books. Falcon Heavy, Falcon 9, or the Falcon family of rockets, and Vulcan Centaur. SLS is not rated for national security payloads, W. At least on the books it's not. Alright, let's see. That little part did a pretty damn good job holding that whole thing up, I will say. Not bad. Cool. So yeah, it's just those hinges holding the damn thing up. Let's go back over to the pad now. A spectral bearing shouldn't be that hard to make.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Grasnew, 9-month resub, Bergeron. Yep. I know. Sucks, man. So, we already have spectral bearings in this design right here. I just got to figure out what the heck these things are attached to. Are they attached to anything on the pad? They're strutted. Wait. That's the root part of the launch box. And if you guys notice, the root part on the launch... Which Chevelle? The blue one? Or Independence? Independence was the first Vice Grip Garage episode I ever saw, the one where he went and got it. Was it the one with the stars and stripes on it? No, the blue one. Yeah, okay. Mods, can we get link perms for Erudite, please? The blue one's a nice car. Yeah, that thing's really cool. So, if they're not attached to the launch box root part, that means that these pieces are attached to the hinge. See how if I select the hinge, it highlights them? But if I select the pad, it doesn't highlight them? And then my solution here was just to strut them. The crane. I know, Erudite. I saw that. Yeah, the tower crane caught on fire. But this here means that these hold down points are going to put all their load directly onto the hinge. And they don't put any load on the launch box. No. You learned since you built this. Well, yeah, I get that. I understand that. But, okay, so I look at that and I say, hierarchically, that's stupid. That's not a good way to do that. So now what I'm thinking is I did that way for a reason. Why would I... Now, that's the question to ask. Why would I do that? What's the reasoning? Because I looked at this, not playing KSP 1 for a couple of months. Or not playing KSP 1 basically since February, right? I look at this and I say, I would know better. Even after looking at it being away from KSP for a little while, looking at it and say that, no, that's not going to work. Yeah, this is carrying load through the damn hinge. No wonder this thing doesn't work. The hinge is not supposed to carry load. See, hierarchically, it's bypassing its own Kraken tech. It's bypassing the hybrid tech hinges, which are supposed to carry load. Why the frick would I make this way? There had to have been a good reason. Was the reason unrealistic deadline set by chat? I mean, perhaps JuiceBot, but this launch box I made after Mission Mode 2, after I stopped playing Mission Mode 2. That's why it's in my engineering mode save. Why would I do this way? This isn't holding up anything. All this is going to do is put load on a hinge that has the structural consistency of a wet ramen noodle. This thing needs to be attached to something that's strong. And the launch box, the structural component that's supposed to hold it up, yeah, it's not attached to that. Dudes, the hinges might not even be the problem. The hinges might not even be the problem. I haven't worked on this pad. I did this a year ago? Almost to the day. Hey, Ayla, thanks for the raid. Savvy, I know better than this. Why would I do that? I know better than this. There has to be a reason. I don't just want to sit here and say that I'm a numbskull. But that might be what's going on, dude. Yeah, my note. The note that I left myself. The note that I left to do here is derpty deedly derpty derp derpson. Thanks, past DJ. Very cool. Ayla, how are you? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm looking back at one of my old designs here and figuring out how much of a moron I am. Because, yeah, no, this one's pretty bad. Too much tres comas. You weren't drunk, right? I mean, could find the VOD. Doing well, did some Derail Valley and Flight Simulator. Cool. Okay. Guys, it might not even be the hinges. It might not even be that. Torch, this is my favorite, dude. I love launch pads. Making launch pads in Kerbal, GSE in general is my favorite because I'm a weirdo. So, if these are attached directly to the hinge, yeah, how this thing is loading up is these hinges are applying all their force. I mean, some of it is negated by that strut being attached to the launch pad, but then it's being attached to this piece. What the hell is this piece attached to? It's attached to that corner right there, and that corner piece is attached to the center piece. And that's attached here, which is attached to the hinge. Yeah, so we're putting all this load on this hinge, and the crazy part about this is that, guess what? The hinges for this are attached to that. It's not even... Oh my goodness. Wow. That's bad. Alright. Alright. Let's go revision 10 here. 7/26/23. Get rid of the to do, for the love of God. Okay. Yeah, Nagwal, it really is. This is not even like, wow, that's really weird code. This is a really stupid thing to do. We're loading up, we're putting all of the load of the SSTO onto a hinge. These things you don't want. Do not use these to carry load for anything. That is a very bad idea. The reason why it's a bad idea is because these things, like I said, have the structural integrity of a wet noodle. Use them to get other pieces to move. So the crazy part about that is that this, for the most part, is negating the hybrid tech. I mean, it's not negating the hybrid tech. These hold down points are pushing down on the hinge, and the robotic hinge gets pushed down, and because the hinge components here and here are attached to that, they're loading up the hinges too. But the whole point is to, especially when we're in the vertical position, is to not load the hinges up. You do not want to do that. You want to load the structural box here that's designed to hold the thing up when it's fully fueled. You want to load that up with all of the compression forces from fueling the vehicle. Wow, I'm stupid. You need hinges attached like this! Or like this! Not like this! Okay. 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 So here, let's do this way. Are these in mirror sim? Did I put them in mirror symmetry? Yes, they are in mirror symmetry. Okay. Grab this. Go over here like this. Put it back in mirror symmetry. But I'm going to attach it to an I-beam. The I-beam is not the hinge. Fair? Actually, better solution. I got another idea. What we can do is get one of those spectrometers, the fluid spectrometers, here. Take them and attach them to the hold down point. Now take the spectrometer, make sure it's perfectly flat, right? Turn it this way, and literally move it down here. The reason why is because if we load this up correctly, we put this in the right spot, we can get it to push against this structural fuselage. That's a Silicon Valley reference. That's right, Pawn. Tres Comas. Russ Hanneman's my favorite character, man. Actually, Pawn, you know that Richard Hendricks, so Thomas Middleditch, the guy that plays Richard Hendricks, he streams on Twitch. We raid him sometimes. He knows us, which is pretty cool. Alright, so Russ Hanneman's one of the best characters. Oh, no doubt. No doubt, dude. My favorite thing about Russ Hanneman is that the craziest character in Silicon Valley is the one that's actually the most sane, because he recognizes that he's in pure chaos the entire time. That's funny to me. Alright, so go here, enable same vessel collision, and now right here, same vessel interaction is on those Mark III monopropellant tanks. Okay. Now, what we'll do is the same thing over here. Campbell Soup in Paris, Texas was a customer of mine when I owned Specific Impulse in Paris. All right. They're about to do the F-22 demo at EAA. Cool. All right. So now this is going to load up the spectrometer, and hopefully this will help this whole thing from bending. It's your favorite line from Silicon Valley. Camel Soup in Paris, Texas was customer of mine when I owned High Speed Paris. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Okay. Now I want to see if this works. I'm very, very interested to see. I'm gonna test it. What do good cops do with all their new equipment? They test it? They test it. All right. Why is it called Silicon Valley? It's called Silicon Valley because that's where early tech enterprises started. The reason why it's called silicon is because computer-based PCUs are centered around silicon wafers, erudite. Basically, your motherboard isn't made out of plastic, it's made out of silicon. Are you going to reconfigure the alignment mechanism? I don't think I need to, Torch. Not for this test. I just want to see if we can load the stupid thing up. CPU, yeah. But also silicon wafers. Yeah, sorry. All right, I'm thinking about launch pads, not computer architecture. I thought it meant balloons. Okay. Aren't balloons made of silicone? But isn't Betty a woman's name? So, hit 1. Get the holders, the air brakes to basically hold this thing in position. Okay, so hit 1. And now let's go make sure that our overclock controller is working correctly. Overclock controller should be good. Yep, 506 kilonewtons force. Alright, cool. Main rotational control should be off. Launch box rotational control should be on. Director rotational control should be off. Got to go in here, and I actually have to hit 0. 0 will remove the power. Alright, cool. Alright, let's move the launch box up into position. Hit 2, unload. Unload our latch mechanism right here. Alright. We need to control from here to see what our angle of attack is. Okay, see these pins here? These pins need to go into that lock right there. So right now I have the action groups triggered, so this thing shouldn't collide with that, so it can kind of slide into position. And then once it enters the threshold, we can lock this thing in. Stay. Okay, we hit 1, we're locked in. Pitch is set to 0.1. And that's because of the range on these things. The launch box is so cool. Thank you. Okay, 236 was too much because now we're at -2. Let's try 234. Copy and paste it. I'm messing with the animation curves here to see if we can get that thing to hit 0. Okay, let's try 233. Zero. 233 is the number that we want. Okay, now that the launch box is placed, what we need to do is go in here and lock that motor. There we go. It's locked. So now this thing isn't going to move. For the listing operation, I always thought you should just lower the piston strength until the TE can push the frame back down. That way it's held to the bottom. Aqualex, I was actually thinking about, yeah, just basically unpowering the pistons, messing with the overclocker to get them to basically go limp and just set the damper force high. So it just kind of dampens out that kind of the swaying movement. But yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to enable same vessel collision on the 3P6 cylinders. Now we need to push the SSTO back and align it. So we need to move. Selecting the building behind it. That was way too much. Hey, let's not punch the thing, huh? Oh, it aligned. It slid into position. Oh, careful. We lost the strut. Docking mag force was high. That shouldn't have been like that. We should take the docking force and make it nothing. I'm afraid that that time warping that I did to get that thing to break may have broken. We may have knocked some stuff out of position. whenever you time warp, if a hinge is slightly bent, if you time warp, it'll bend it into that position and it'll break it eventually. Like, think of it like metal fatigue. It basically does that. All right. Need the forward docking port here to control from there. Okay, so it's only pitched up one, so it did kind of bend itself back into position, but we still got to be careful. What about the TE docking port, or the launch box docking port? Where does that, if we can hit control from there, where does that go? Oh, it's 0.1 as well. So that means the forward docking port on the SSDO and the forward docking port on the launch box are both pointed in the exact same direction. Which is good, which means we don't have much deflection here. So that actually did knock it into position, just not really the way we wanted. Okay, now we can retract. Okay, so now take this thing, move it up into position. Okay, it's docked. All right, just keep the damping force high on this thing. Well, no, it needs to be locked from past experience. Thanks, Kat. Appreciate it, man. All right. The cow controller. The cow controllers are going to hold that thing in position, and they'll stay like that unless I switch the overclock strength. Overclock strength force limited to 0. Move the dampers high. We'll see what happens. Or we could keep the overclock and just turn the dampers on. All right. Put those down. Put those down. Now let's unlock and see if it deflects it at all. Yeah, it did a little bit, but we're all right. Element, hey, good to see KSP. Been in the hospital a couple of sick days and going stir crazy. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right, man. I think I had a little bit of a breakthrough here for the SSDO pad. I want to see if we can get it working. Launch box rotational control is in the forward position. That's good. Set that to reverse. Erector rotational control, we should flip on. Set that to forward. Master rotational control should be set on into the forward position. We hit 2 right there and play. Wait for us to load up the hydraulics. There we go. I'm letting the TE do the work, Aqualux. It's not fueled. You can't move the thing when it's fully fueled, dude, because it's too heavy. It's this. It would be impossible to make the hydraulics make this do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I really don't like that it does that. Hey, Copper Knight, 12-month resub. What's SLP for a flight? Get it vertical and get it fueled? It's usually the case for most rockets, Torch. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the only things that I can think are fueled before the thing gets on the pad is like a solid rocket motor. And that's about it, dude. So see, 89.8. I'm still wondering why that's deflecting just a little bit, but all right. Okay, so unlock this. Same vessel off. Undock. Retract. We've crunched up these docking ports a little bit. Mention hydrazine in the payload. Yeah, that too. I'm just looking around, see if there's anything see if there's anything skitching around. And there seems to be. Let me turn on auto strut visualizations here for a second. I just want to see something. What happens if I take like this piece right here or this piece that's set to a grandparent? What happens if we set that to heaviest? Where is it running that strut? Aren't any struts being run between the SSTO? No, there's no auto struts working between the SSTO and the pad. Is it the lock rotation here? That shouldn't be doing that. Like, we should get auto struts that cross here. If you look, there's no lines that connect the top to the bottom. No, TJ, probably not. Lower docking port on a piston? No. No, neither of these are. They're fixed. But it won't let the hierarchy go past that docking port. Why? Alright, well, here, let's try... Looks like they're active with port rotation. Wait. That's weird. Are auto struts working now? I just toggled the locking mechanism on it, and... like, what happens if I set this... Because theoretically, the root part of this is at the front of the launch box. No. What the hell? I don't remember the hierarchy doing that. I don't remember that ever being a thing, Aqualex. Yeah, strange. You getting a headache just watching? Welcome to the cutting edge of KSP 1 meta, dude. Yeah, tell me about it. I just really wish we could lock this thing out, but it's still sapping electrical charge. Basically, the current angle is... something is binding this hinge up at 89.8 and the target angle is 90, and it won't lock until that electrical charge number hits 0. I was thinking maybe attaching the damp, having it damp out the movement might do it. That seems to make it compounding, it makes it worse. Well, if there's no grandparent struts holding this damn thing together, because of whatever's going on here. I mean, that certainly explains why this is messing up. Cut the power? Yeah, Adam, cutting the power doesn't really do anything. Like, I'll show you. You cut the power and set it to 0. It's still reading current angle 89.8, target angle 90, right? No good. It'll only recognize the lockout condition if EC is 0 and these things are close enough to each other, which is weird. How about making it so you don't need to lock the hinge at all? So Aqualux, you said, how about make it so you don't need to lock the hinges at all? The connection that I'm looking for is somewhere between SSTO and Launchbox. But we ain't going to get SSTO to Launchbox if this hinge isn't locked. The reason why we're not going to get SSTO to Launchbox is, drum roll please, the docking port's attached to the hinge and the Launchbox is attached to the hinge as well. But they're separate branches of the hierarchy, just like the freaking hinges are. So no wonder we're like, in the past what I have done is I did a little bit of smoke and mirrors here and set these control surfaces to go to like, I don't know, something. Or I set something on the pad to go to heaviest part. Because if the launch box is attached to the SSDO, the heaviest part, even unfueled, is somewhere on the SSDO, like it's an empty fuel tank or something, right? So that would be an automatic passive system for when I hook these together, ensuring this acts as one structural carrier. That's not going to happen if I attach the damn docking port to the hinge. The whole thing is interdependent on this thing being locked now because of how we set this up. That's what I mean. Why did I do this way? Why? That's such a stupid way of doing things. So guys, I think we figured it out. I think we got the problem here. Cut the power. Cut all power to get it to automatically lock. I have to cut out the batteries, Adam. I'm not sure where they are. Oh dear. I mean, we can see if this works. I'm not really sure. Alright. Lock out all. Anything with an electrical charge flag. Here goes nothing. Let's see if forcing the lockout did anything. Nope. Panderific, there's no better way to do it. Annoying, I know. Yeah, dude, look at this thing. It's sliding all over the place. Guys, the hinges might not even be the problem here. Alright. I see the problem. But I will say the hinges are holding up a lot better than they did before. All right, let's go back over here like this and go back into this design. And if I saw that right, yeah. Well, there's your problem. What I need to do is take this piece and we need to bypass the hierarchy. So this needs to be attached here. And we need to go up with it. Okay, move it one tick over. Get rid of that. Go in here, move that one tick back. Done. And then what we can do on top of that is put struts here to help carry the load into the launch box. Any load that's exerted on the docking port will get carried into the launch box here. Now, if I take this piece, okay, keep that as grandparent part. We'll play with the hierarchy here in a second. A couple of other things that I wanted to mess with here. I wanted to take an RCS ball, and I wanted to go here like this. Take this, move this here like this, and then I think adding a clamping mechanism is a good idea. 1, 2, on the clamp, like that. So when this thing rotates into position, we can hold it in position. Yeah, you know what? We don't need to do that. Gravity will do that just fine. So now we got to go over here. And I know that the launch box rotational controller here, we need to set this to 233. That needs to be set to 233 to get the thing to be perfectly straight. Copy that, paste that, go here, make sure that value's set to 233. Good, done. What's up, Too Legit? 233. Grazie, Adam, grazie. Okay. The spectrometers can have struts attached to them. I forgot if they could, to be honest. So here's what we do. Take one, attach it to there. No, that's not going to do anything. That's just going to bend it. That's not going to do much. I think that this might be okay. The hold down points do need to carry the freaking load, though. That's super important. Wait, if you can attach struts to them, can you attach RCS balls to them? Nope. That's interesting. There's no radial attach flag there. Have you figured out your hinge issues? A little bit of some dumb hierarchy problems, Hellfish. So my hold down points, for whatever reason, are attached to the robotic and then strutted to the launch box. So their primary vessel of transferring load is a robotic part, so you know that's good. And then my attachment piece right here was also doing the same thing. Yeah, what the heck is the point of building a structural carrier to hold this thing together when it's going through a robotic piece? That makes absolutely no sense. The robotic piece should be attached to the launch box, and then the parts should be attached, the parts that connect to the ship should be attached to the launch box. So the SSTO's hierarchy has to go through the launch box because it makes no sense if it's not. Yeah? Hey, Rocket Guy. We weren't carrying the load right. So my solution to this was put a spectrometer down here with same vessel attachments. So now, I mean, it's kind of bypassing the entire launch box this way. But it might be better to carry the load through the parts like that. That's all great, but I'm really excited for 2024 EJ to rip into 2023 EJ. Attach them to the launch box like they're grip pads. See, where I'm at, guys, is that if I attach the main hold down point to these parts, I'm starting to understand why I did this way. If they're attached to this, physics-less parts don't drift. That's why I use the strut to carry the load through the rest of the launch box. So that makes sense with the hinges. Where it doesn't, now that I'm thinking about it, that actually makes sense. That's the reason why I did this, so it doesn't drift. Because it's attached directly to a robotic piece. Now, the robotic piece might drift, but it should be held in place. Now, with that being said, these are there for alignment and carrying some load. You're not going to carry load through the docking port. What I'm thinking, no, yeah, we should, yeah. No, I did that so they don't drift, because if these were attached to these pieces, then the steel parts can drift around. Oh, I just got a good idea. Hear me out. Yes. Okay. All right. What do I not want to drift? We don't want the alignment parts to drift. The load-bearing parts, I don't really care as much about. So, what if we moved this? No, I was going to say, what if we moved the RCS ball down, right? And then put another RCS ball in its place that actually is attached to the launch box. That might work. So, what would that entail? Let's save our work just to be sure. 1, 2, and then this needs to be set to absolute. 1, 2, and then these need to be set to local, and then they need to go symmetry. Yeah, putting in symmetry screwed it all up. Yeah, that was a good idea. That would take a second to redo it, dudes. But it could work. Basically, keep the alignment thing in a place where it won't drift, and then have something else to hold this thing up. What we could do is go in here and find that RCS ball and get rid of same vessel interaction, and then find the outer RCS ball right there, get rid of same vessel interaction, and just make sure we have it for the other side too. Yep. So now those ones aren't going to be colliding. And then take another set. Let me just see the hierarchy here. Okay. That I-beam is holding that. This I-beam is holding struts. That's the root part. This is attached to there, and that's holding this entire mechanism in place. So the right way to do this would be to have our load-bearing RCS balls here and here. Go here, disable that, go here, Disable that. Make sure they're not actually working as RCS because I'm just using them as a spherical bearing. Or in this case, a holder piece. Now, because everything is absolute snap together, this should just move directly into position. To the point where it's Z fighting. There. Okay. Honestly, don't rely on the hinge for alignment. That's what the parts... The hinge is there for alignment, not to carry load. Now I have a different part carrying load. Actually... Hold on. What if we just use these to carry the load? And it's just a flat piece. Instead of a spherical piece. Do you not have alignment pins on the bottom of the box? I have a pin down here to align it, yes. But that pin is also to hold it. This is the one that's attached to the box. This is attached to the monoprop thing. I'm talking about SSTO launch box alignment, not launch box pad alignment, dude. If that makes any sense. Yeah, I'm gonna pine for the better solution here. These things should be carrying the load. Okay, and now what we can... I didn't click on that at all, but that's cool, game. I absolutely didn't click on that. I think there's just a little bit of input lag there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now the parts that are actually carrying load, what we can do is go here. We can attach Hey Brandster, basic messages I'm trying to convey. Hinges are poop at alignment. No they're not. No they're not. Wait, why would you say that? No, it's one of the best things we have at our disposal, man. You know what? Let's see how it stands on its own. Let's try this, dudes. All right. Let's go. I think we might have figured this out. Now, the key here would be to scale this. How do we scale it? Can we scale it? Is that even possible? But I mean, we'll try. We'll try to, but no guarantees. Texas hash, do you want some? No. I mean, yes. It didn't like that. The thermometers ended up colliding with the spectros. Oh well. So, we have to go back to our original solution. Get rid of that, get rid of that. The original solution was just to have a base plate of prefamulated amulite, surrounded by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in direct line with the panometric fan, every seventh conductor being connected to a non-reversible tremie pipe through the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. Whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, Chad, it can also be conjoined with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. Rip. What's that? Well, the pressure lines are coming off. SN15 is at the end. I can't believe they're scrapping it. That's very strange to me. Dixie, what's up? Do you still have to have docking ports? Force of the box and ship set high that created the jump. Oh. No. Thank you. That's actually super freaking helpful. Yeah, they do not need to be like that. Thank you, Commander. Well done, Commander. Sir, the droid army is in full retreat. Well done, Commander. What's the current part count? 974. Yes, Kyron, we are. All right. Here we go. Execute order 69. Are you guys psyched for Falcon Heavy? I'm ready, dude. Like, I'm happy. We're playing Kerbal. We got Falcon Heavy launch tonight. I'm actually pretty hyped, man. I don't know if you can tell because of my, demeanor. Ding! Between the small SSDO pad and the big SSDO pad, which one was harder to build? Yes. The big SSDO pad was certainly more complicated, T-Man, but what made it easier was figuring out all the solutions on a smaller scale with this pad. So this pad was harder to design, but I'd say the big SSDO pad was harder to build. My launch box for my SSTO on the big pad is literally holding up 2,400 tons of fuel in SSTO. That's what made the big SSTO pad so ridiculous. The year is 2018. My summer car is for after hours. Oh, God. I'm traumatized by that game. Alright. Hit one. Same vessel collision is online. Okay. Deploy the gear on the SSTO. I said deploy the gear on the SSTO. Maybe we should go back and play that game, Max. I know you guys have missed it. I know. People love that game. People still ask me. I haven't played Summer Car since 2022, and people's like early 2022, and people are still like, hey, when are you playing Summer Car again? I'm like, really? I didn't realize, out of all the games that I play, I didn't realize that that one would have the most lasting impact. That's quite frankly very strange to me, but it is summertime, so maybe we should. Alright. Undo the SSTO. Switch to it. Get the locks out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. Hey, Rip It. What's up, buddy? Alright. Switch off the SSTO. We're switching back to the pad now. First thing we need to do, make sure SVI is on. Master rotational off. Launch box rotation on. Director control off. Debug control is off. Overclock is enabled. Brakes are off. Next thing we need to do is hit 2 to undo my launch pad locks. The locking mechanism to hold the launch box down when the rocket fires. Now go forward. Spherical. Forward. Spherical. To see the rate of movement here, we'll control from that control point. We are getting rotation. Need to make sure that that's not powered. I don't know why I decided to make those powered in the first place. T-Man, that was your favorite streams to watch specifically on the VOD channel. Rocket Guy, do I have jet engines to move? Yeah, jet engines to move the pad so I could get it off the runway or away from the VAB. I was, you know, I wanted to use Kerbal Constructs and put the pad out there so it's out of render range when we go into land. Yeah, I literally wanted to put it at the end of that crawler. Or just over here somewhere. Maybe right here. Just something that's far away. I mean, we could move this out there. It's just going to take a second. But you got to remember, we move this out there. I'm going to need the integration bay as well. Like, there is a lot of stuff to move, comrade. But we can move. It will be good. Okay. Okay. So when these here, these should be set to 233, so this thing should basically stop pitching. The pitch should read 0 at the end of its movement. Interesting. 233 and 234 aren't working. Let's try 235. This is just the extension on my hydraulics here to get this thing nice and level. $236. $237. You remember the amount of time spent trying to get the math in the TWR just right without overclocking on this? Yeah, I do, man. I want to get back to doing stuff like that, man. Okay, we've activated the pin lock. Calm down. Relax. That's pitched up at 2 degrees. What is this thing reading? 3. It's reading the same. What does full 240 get us? Okay. Let's try 238. Good isotope of uranium in there. $239. In this test, 239 is getting us zeroed. Alright, let's see what the hinge is saying. Hinge is also saying 0, enabling us with motor. Enabling us with motor torque to, we should be able to lock this thing right out. Boom. Excellent. Last, hurry. Docking port attraction force. Actually, Commander Dixie in chat actually, yeah, told me to do that inside of the SPH, dude. Yeah. You should build that giant 747 SSTO that you mentioned. Star Raker? You want me to build Star Raker? That thing. I could build that. Yeah, I could build this. Yeah, we could make that. Yeah, and it has the deploy. Yeah, see, it has a deployable front. Yeah, we could do this. Yeah. Wasn't this supposed to be your project after the SSTO? I always said that I would like to do it, Daitor, but we never did. Star Raker was done. It was a concept that was done by a company called Rockwell. Rockwell is the company that made the space shuttle. They proposed this in the 70s. This is basically a shuttle external tank, right, with a payload bay in front of it, and then the space shuttle, and then you got three RS-25s, 2 ohms engines, same ohms engines as the shuttle, and then you have 10 turbo ramjets. So these are basically, I don't know if they're SR-71 motors or if they're J58s or something else. I honestly don't know. Yeah, let's see. Let me bring up NASP. What engines would those have been? Rockwell team explained that it had consulted with leading jet engine manufacturers to arrive at its jet engine design. These included GE, Pratt & Whitney, Aerojet, Marketed, and Rocketdyne. The resulting engine was more of a wish list than a firm design. It was an informed wish list. Turbo ramjets. Got it. The Rockwell team envisioned 4 operational cycles for its jet engine, ranging from conventional turbofan to ramjet. Oh, geez, funny how that works. Liquid hydrogen would have been used to cool the engine and then burned as a fuel. Those are freaking Skylon motors. They wanted to have 10 Sabre engines, basically. But they're not totally Sabre engines. They're like a liquid hydrogen SR-71 motor. Large slot-shaped inlets on the underside of Star Raker's wings, arranged in 2 groups of 5 on either side of the spaceplane's body, would have funneled air to the engines, which would have been mounted at the wing trailing edge. The inlets would have been equipped with ramp doors that close partially or fully to moderate or halt airflow. Shortly after leaving ground, the spaceplane's crew would have dropped 3 sets of orbital takeoff landing gear. They would have lowered to the ground on parachutes for recovery and reuse. Then would have retracted its nose and main landing gear. The spaceplane would then have switched its jet engines to turbofan power, climbed to 20,000 feet cruising altitude, and increased its speed to Mach 0.85. It would have turned due south, and over the next hour and 50 minutes flown directly to Earth's equator. Star Raker would fly to the equator, turn east so it could get a boost from Earth's rotational velocity, which at our planet's midrift can, in theory, add about 1,600 kilometers, about 1,000 miles an hour to your delta V. Yeah, that's right. That's true. It would have enabled Star Raker to reach equatorial Leo without performing the rocket-propelled plane change maneuver in low Earth orbit required. Following the east return, the plane would have climbed to 45,000 feet under supercharged afterburner power again. Then it would have begun a shallow dive to 11,280 meters. During the powered dive, a propellant-saving maneuver, Earth's gravity would help it to break the sound barrier and accelerate to Mach 1.2. I know what it's going to do. The reason why they wanted to get it to accelerate to 1.2 is so it could get the ramjets working. Star Raker would then have begun its ascent to orbit in earnest with a supersonic climb to 18 miles. During this phase, the spaceplane's jet engines would have throttled up to full ramjet power, accelerating it to Mach 6.2. Throughout its climb to orbit, Star Raker would have maneuvered to put good use of lift provided by its wings. So those are basically Hydrolox J58s, which is okay. At Mach 7.2, Star Raker would have switched to full rocket power. As it throttled up the rocket motors to full thrust, it would have shut down the jet engines and closed the air inlet doors. When Star Raker reaches 51 by 556, 32 by 345 mile equatorial orbit, the main rocket motors would be shut down. At apogee, the high point in its orbit, the crew would have ignited the twin ohms engines at the base of its tail to raise the perigee orbital low point and circularize its orbit. Upon attainment of circular equatorial orbit, Star Raker would have used ohms maneuver to rendezvous with an SPS cargo handling space station. Yeah, 556 initial insertion rocket guide. This is a little bit of a tall order. The weight of cargo Star Raker could carry depended on the mission. For the profile described here, cargo weight delivered to orbit would have amounted to only about 48.6 tons. The aerodynamic flight to the equator under jet power meant to steal some of the Earth's rotational energy and avoid a plane change maneuver in low Earth orbit. Had under close examination turned out to be expensive. Star Raker would swing its nose open. Yep. Which would have contained its crew compartment sideways out of the way, exposing one end of its 6 meter by 6 meter by 43 meter cargo bay. Bay's arch ceiling would have made it a point of structural strength, not weakness, in the Star Raker design. The crew would have moved to the rear of the crew compartment to assist with a cargo transfer. Windows at the rear of the two-deck crew compartment would have provided a 120-degree field of visibility, with most of that being in the payload bay. Some of it being outside, though. Rockwell team did not describe its cargo transfer system in any detail, though it is clear that Star Raker would not have docked in a conventional sense. Brief mention was made of a transfer rail system in the cargo bay that would have linked to equivalent rails on a space station. Oh, you can't tempt me with a good time, you putz. It's got a gantry crane built into it, like a AN-124 does. And yes, Rocket Guy, this is absurdly complicated. I'm amazed a company that made such a simplified design of an orbital launch vehicle in the form of the space shuttle also had this brewing in the wings. That could dock to a matching track on a space station. Return to Earth would have begun with cargo bay closure. After moving away from the space station, the crew would have turned Star Raker so that its tail faced in its direction of orbital motion, fired the ohms. Maximum deceleration during the unhurried shallow angle re-entry would have reached no more than 2.3 gravities. Star Raker would in general have experienced re-entry temperatures lower than the space shuttle, though nose and wing leading edge temperatures were expected to be somewhat higher. The higher leading edge temperature was attributed to its relatively blunt shape. Rockwell team proposed two types of TPS for Star Raker. Both would have been mounted in an outer-facing sheet covering a honeycomb layer. Honeycomb layer would in turn have been attached to an inner-facing sheet covering the honeycomb core surrounded by the propellant tanks. First TPS closely resembled that baseline for the shuttle orbiter. Ceramic tiles, individually molded and milled to match Star Raker's curves, would have been glued to the fabric strain isolator pads affixed to the outer-facing sheet. Oh boy. Second TPS design, similar to the one developed for the B-1, was more complex. Metal panels, titanium aluminum low temperature areas, and super alloy for high temperature areas would have been attached to the outer-facing sheets using flexible standoffs. The standoffs would have permitted the overlapping panel edges to slide over as they grew hot and expanded and cooled or contracted. Foil-wrapped thermal insulation blankets affixed to the outer-facing sheet would have provided additional thermal protection. Both TPS designs would have included a system for detecting breaches in the TPS. The Rockwell team provided no details of this design and did not describe what they might do if a breach was detected. Novus, yeah, did you read? Yeah, you read that, man? Oh. It's like chainmail thermal protection systems, dude. Oh, boy. This is the XB70 Valkyrie on steroids, and the XB70 was already on steroids. You can only go so far. I think this design with like a conventional payload bay would probably simplify a lot of things. I'm just putting it out there. 50 tons, rocket guy. 50 tons to 345 circular, which is... that's pretty damn respectable. 50 tons to 345. That's enough to like go and pick up Hubble. Like drop off and pick up Hubble. Pretty easily actually. Oh, sorry, my chat reset. That's pretty insane, dude. This is a tall order though. Something like this would take decades to get right. With that being said, yes, we could probably make this in KSP. I could probably do it. We have turbo ramjets and we have shuttle motors. I don't see why not. One important difference between the Sabre engine and those is that the Sabre engine cools the air to liquefaction, then pumps it into a rocket engine. Well, this turbo ramjet keeps the air flowing like a jet and just tanks the heat by cooling the parts using cooling channels. Yep. Mm-hmm. Too bad we don't have the government with the will to make this. Could be done. Could be done, Hellfish. We could, I mean, I don't see anything here that is that crazy of an order, except the only thing here that's really sticking out to me is like, is this. The thermal protection system. But then again, with something like this, you might be able to get away with it just because of the ballistic coefficient. This is honestly where like a carbon fiber would come into play. This thing needs to be light. It needs to be super light. If you made the structure, the primary carrier of this, like a carbon fiber titanium, right? Or a carbon fiber aluminum or something, it might work. Maybe. I mean, you could just do an SR-71 and make the entire thing out of titanium, in which case there's not enough titanium in existence to do that. I mean, there is, but that would be very expensive. I mean, Tough Rock could probably get this done, but... yeah, Warped, I know about the B-1A and the XB-70. Yeah. Also planes from Rockwell. Yeah. That wing surface area should be good for keeping peak heat rate on the vehicle much lower, but then you worry about integrated heat load. But perhaps the large area mitigates that issue. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm thinking you could get away with metal TPS with this. You might be able to get away with it just because it's so large. But dude, can you imagine the flex? Like, how strong does the wing box on this thing need to be? Remember, the center is completely hollow, right? And then there's fuel tanks at the back. What does the wing box, what does the wing box look like on this thing? Something that's popping into my head is like the inner tank design on the core stage on SLS. You'd need to literally have that in front of the tanks. So you'd need your three main engines, your engine section, hydrogen tank, LOX tank, right? The inner tank that those two need to go together, right? The line that goes around it. This basically is an external tank shoehorned up the tailpipe. And then in front of that ET, you'd need some type of super, super strong structural carrier to hold the payload bay and hold this whole thing together. And Like, I can make it in Kerbal, sure, yeah, no problem. In real life, though, I would call this a death trap. Yeah, that's not a death trap. That's a little bit of hyperbole on my part. This would be extremely difficult to do. Like, very, very, very tough. I'm talking like building the Saturn V, the CSM, LEM. It would be tougher than that. But, gosh dang, it would be cool. Look at how bananas that thing freaking actually looks. That's so cool. On that scale, steel might actually be your best bet. Let me finish what I'm doing here, and then I'll think about it, okay? Yeah, man, steel. XP70, but bigger. Yeah, steel... It doesn't have an aerospike, Red. It has 3 shuttle engines in the back, and then 10 J-58s. 10 Hydrolox
Discovery,
cooled turbo ramjets. Honestly, like, that would also be difficult to make. You need a J-58 that runs off liquid hydrogen and cools itself by atomizing the hydrogen. Oh. It's like a staged combustion cycle jet engine. Yeah, that might get complicated. Yeah, hey, Reagan, what's up, man? 34 months. That might get complicated. Imagine this with Starship's hex tiles and linear aerospikes. Tough Rock might do it, dude, but okay, this is based off of no analysis and no numbers at all, so this is entirely my opinion. I would try to do the metallic one. Can you imagine how many tiles you'd need to cover that thing? I would try to do like titanium, a titanium outer skin with RCC in front of it, and some type of thermal medium in between, like maybe vacuum or something. Like, well, I mean, re-entry, you get vacuum anyway, but that would, tiles, Tough Rock on that would be very hard to do. I mean, look at how much, look at it with Starship, dude. That's, yeah, huh. All right. Let me just check something here. Let's try visualize auto struts. Do we have parts on the box? We don't. We don't have any parts on the box that are going to the pad. So what happens if we do... If we do root, that thing's actually going to sit there and do nothing. What I-beam did I just select for root? That one? Okay. Alright. As long as that hydraulic stays locked, we have a passive system here that's going to work correctly. I actually might want to make it this part, because that part kind of is the crux of stuff, so... I'll stick that one to grandparent part. Okay, auto struts off. Alright, now... Pitch is 0.0. Looks like SN15 tanks are being cut. I can't believe that. I can't believe they're getting rid of it. That's a little surprising. It belongs in a museum. Where's the deploy angle here? Bingo. No jumping. Nice. It moved around a teeny bit, but we're alright. Now let's go here. We're locked in. Now we need to verify alignment here. Just going picking around in the nose of this thing. You could say I'm picking its nose. There's a docking port in here that's very difficult to select. There it is. That's pitched up 0.2. And this one is pitched up 0.2 as well. Oh! Well, we're in alignment. Alright, get rid of this. Okay. Let's get the latch here. That's like really, really well aligned. There we go. Cool. Yeah, Aqualex, the idea is that you have one fuel tank though. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Alright, so now that I have this set up the way that I have it set up, I want to go to the control surfaces back here and see what happens if... Okay, so what we're gonna have to do to get these two to be happy here is undock. So we gotta retract the gear. Not undock. What we need to do is unlock this. Here goes nothing. Now, if I go back into the auto strut visualizer, it's like looking at spaghetti. Alright, let's take that micro node right there. Go here like this. See if we can do something like heaviest part here. Yes, it ran a heaviest part. Nice! It ran heaviest part. Excellent. Cool. Alright. Those need to be set to heaviest in the future. Okay. So have you considered a computer upgrade now that Kerbal 2 is moving along? I had one, Creation. I have a 3080 Ti in the Rusty panel computer. Oh, dude, yeah, we are good. Don't worry. I'm wondering what the hell's going on there. Why is that docking port being pushed back like that? There's an auto strut being run to it from something. Okay. Well, let's take the jacks off. Alright, take the overclock. Move overclock to 0. Take this. Dampers. Dampers. Enable the erector rotational control and the master rotational control. And hit play. That was me. I'm taking processor. I'm not interested in upgrading my processor right now, dude. I think we're good with what we have. It's overclocked, dude. You gotta remember. It's overclocked to 4.8 per. We're bent. Then again, the whole pad might be a little crooked. Oh, the whole pad's crooked. No, we're not bent at all. We're actually good. And these things should not move around this time. We don't get as clear of an alignment here. I wonder if I go here and we relock it. So unlocking the docking port and locking it back into the rotated position actually allowed the vehicle to settle. We kind of de-stressed the entire thing. We took all the potential energy that the auto struts were using out. We de-stressed it. The metal is very happy now. I wonder what happens if we did it one more time. we're not getting the exact alignment. Although relocking these did kind of do that. We settled at 89.7. Alright, now something's binding over here. Oh, it was the motor torque. The motor torque on the TE, that's probably why that did what it just did. Yeah, I forgot to shut off the motor torque. Easy fix, though. Yeah, when stuff wiggles around like this in Kerbal, it's under insane amounts of load. That means it's holding something up, namely probably the SSTO. Okay, so master rotational control locked out into the reset position. Launch box rotational control locked out. Why did that change something? Okay. Reverse the T control and... Do you have this Star Raker PDF? I don't. I'll download it right now. Yeah, I suppose we could work on that. That is a project that we can get done because you really don't need to make much GSE for it, you know? Our Star Raker is going to be an insane amount of parts, though. It's going to be like flying the K90 around. You understand this, right? Yeah, 6-shot. You're not wrong. Okay, T is in the retracted position. Let's start getting our fuel tanks. Alright, we should be good for fueling here. I'm gonna try doing this a little different way this time around. I noticed that any tanks that I have locked out are tanks that don't get pinned. Except for the main fuel tanks, so... like any SSTO tanks. So any tanks that aren't an S4256 or a Mark III that have open fuel, that's the payload. We don't need to worry about that. I made it easy for me. Past EJ. Okay, go in here, open up our fuel valves, chill down the line. Fuel valves are open. Why don't we have the option to move fuel? Guys, this docking port is attached to that I-beam. We needed to do it that way because structure, right? And it is stronger, that's for sure. You can't cross-feed fuel through that I-beam. We can't fuel it. Run a fuel line. Fuel lines don't bypass mainline hierarchy, dude. Yeah, guys, no, you can't. It's not going to obey crossfeed rules. EVAing a fuel line won't bypass the no crossfeed rule. It overrules everything, which sucks. So that means, see, I attached that docking port directly to the hinge. That's the reason why we did it. Balls. I'm new here. What's happening? COVID, I'm working on building a fully reusable launch complex. So all we need is literally a fuel truck and a payload truck and a crane to put fuel into the pad and put payload in the payload bay. And this thing should be able to basically operate full reuse. So building a reusable launch structure is tough, man. It's hard. This design is all based off of a real life design. It's based off of the X-33, which was a Lockheed project from about 20 years ago. Let me show you. That right there is a model of what I'm trying to what I've made. This thing. See. The cross-feed logic overrules fuel lines, Aqualux. Even if I attached a fuel line right now, it would still not flow. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's weird. So, yeah, this is, there's the actual pad in real life. Hey, nice truck. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to make, COVID. It's tough, man. Really difficult. The high wing concept is so based. I think that looks awful, dude. I think it looks terrible. I like this one much better. But I understand the reason why the other one exists, too. Too bad you're wrong. What about the boxy design of this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 97 F-250? Yeah, the Venture Star and the X-33 we're going to utilize a linear aerospike engine called the RS-2200, guys, here. The RS-2200 is basically a bunch of tiny little rocket engines shooting at... So think about it like this. If you looked at like a cross-section of a rocket motor from the side, you have a conic nozzle like this. The aerospike is reversed. It's that. The linear aerospike is take the nozzle, turn it backwards, flip it inside out, and then have a bunch of small rocket engines shooting at it. This basically takes the flame from all these, and the long story short here is because you're pushing the flames on the edge of the inverted nozzle here, you're never going to get flow separation. So the only flow sep that you're going to get is literally right here, because you're accelerating gases against this quarter pipe of a structure. Very similar to how a nozzle will vector the gases in one direction. This basically does that throughout, no matter what the ambient pressure is. So like with a shuttle motor, or like let's take a Merlin engine. With a Merlin engine, right, it's not, it gets a little bit of an efficiency boost up there, but it's nowhere near the efficiency of a Merlin vacuum, which the nozzle is like 4 or 5 times bigger. All right. If you tried to fire a Merlin vacuum engine down here with its nozzle on, you'd break the thing. It would explode. You get nozzle burn through. The reason why is because you'd get flow separation in there. So all the efficiency that you get from that Merlin vacuum nozzle down here doesn't mean anything. The reason why is the ambient pressure. The ambient pressure is pushing the gases inward on themselves. Right? Now, with the aerospike, that ambient pressure pushing in works to your advantage. So you get high efficiency. Because remember, specific impulse is directly tied to your exhaust velocity. Literally, the faster you can shoot stuff out the back of your rocket, the more efficient it is. Okay? So, with the aerospike engine, you don't ever have to... You get the same efficiency down here as you do up there. Whereas a vacuum-optimized engine is going to suffer down here. It's going to be very inefficient and could potentially break itself. The shuttle engine is a hybrid nozzle. It's half upper stage nozzle, half first stage nozzle, which is why it has a kind of weird shape. If you look at it, it looks like a bell almost, right? Now, once again, the aerospike is taking all the problems that you get with flow separation inside of a nozzle and basically solving them by flipping the nozzle inside out. So the aerospike engine is going to get you good efficiency down here and up there. You combine that with a propellant that has a lot of impulse, a lot of total impulse, like hydrogen, right? And you have a really, really good candidate for an SSTO motor. X-33 was going to have 2 of these things. Yeah. And think about it, dude. If you have one engine that's efficient down here and efficient up there, you don't need an upper stage engine. So in an SSTO application, this thing basically fires off the launch pad and gets all the way up into space, right? Which is really, really, really freaking smart. But because once again, instead of gases expanding into a nozzle on a regular rocket engine, the gases are being pushed against the nozzle, right? So you're never going to get. The exhaust velocity won't change no matter whether you're up here or down there. With flow separation on a upper stage nozzle being fired down here, the flow sep is going to create drag inside of the nozzle. I mean, amongst other things, because of ambient pressure, and it's going to slow it down, and it's not going to be as efficient. Remember, the name of the game is how fast you can get gas to come out the back. Think of a balloon. You have a balloon, you blow up the balloon, you let it go, right? The more gas it shoots out the back of that balloon, the faster it's going to fly around. You can get more accelerated faster out the back, you go faster. I know. Weird concept, right? Yeah, the RS-25 is half upper stage engine. It's half upper stage engine, half first stage engine. Actually, RS-25s would be a great candidate for an SSTO type of design. Seriously. It would be really good. for something like Venture Star. If the Aerospike didn't exist, this would be a good candidate for it. Of course,
Discovery, go at
the
throttle.
bounty is still out on whether the Aerospike engine is worth it. Yeah. I want a linear Aerospike in real life. You want one in real life? Is that good enough for you, or? Yeah, the RS-2200 wasn't a concept. That wasn't a concept or a render. That's on the A2 test stand at Stennis. It works. Yeah, it's a monster. That Aerospike is on display at the Infinity Center in Mississippi. It is, Tweets, yeah. That's the exact one, too. It looks like a big low pressure zone in between the two sides. By design and to improve performance. Yeah, if there's low pressure right here, the gases can accelerate because they don't run into other gases as much. Think about it. You're intentionally creating drag in between the plumes coming from either side. I'm telling you, this is really, really smart stuff. And we had this 20 years ago. I think this would have been great. I think this with some optimization here and there, and the X33 with its titanium aluminum cilia metallic TPS would have been a game changer. In fact, I still think it's a game changer. I think if somebody brought a vertical takeoff, horizontal landing small sat launcher like that to the table, you would be immensely competitive. Yeah. Did it work? Of course it worked. Of course it worked. Project got canceled. Project got canceled. Somebody played political football with the X33 program. And if I find this person, I will have some very choice words to say to them. Namely, it rhymes with duck and poo. Smart. So freaking ahead of its time. Carbon composite Hydrolox tanks. Yeah. For unmanned missions. Well, Astrobrains, the X-33 was supposed to be a suborbital technology demonstrator. Think something like New Shepard, flies above the Kármán line, comes back down, lands on a runway. New Shepard, but it lands horizontally, right? That's literally what it's supposed to be. No people on board. You're supposed to have a little tiny payload bay for instrumentation and stuff, like a payload bay the size of a pickup bed. A short box pickup bed, not anything big. But that would have led, the X-33 would have led with the potential to lead to Venture Star. The X-33 is on the left, Venture Star is on the right. X-33 has 2 RS-2200, Venture Star has 7. This would have been the real SSTO. 2/3 the payload bay volume of the shuttle bay, same payload capacity as the shuttle. Metallic aluminum or titanium metallic thermal protection system with titanium plated tiles with aluminum cilia back weaving, something similar to Starship, but the tiles are titanium. Yeah, and they're bolted to the fuselage, so yeah, they're not gonna pop off because it's a bolt, not glue. Yeah, the shuttle comparison. I mean, this thing would have been an absolute monster of a freaking vehicle. Hard to make. Would have been difficult to make, but that's why they wanted to make a subscale version. But that's it compared to the shuttle. I mean, the thing is, it's basically the shuttle and the external tank combined into one thing. Now, Venture Star would have, had it been proven over a bunch of unmanned missions, would have eventually been able to move a small crew tank in here. That was the idea. They would have been eventually would have been able to move a small crew tank if needed to go to the ISS or something. The Blue Origin Aerospike nozzle uses the same design technology. Went into this big deep dive last week. Yeah, and Stoke as well. What's the problem you're facing? The problem you're facing is some bonehead canceled this project. It was working. It worked. The propulsion works. That's 90% of the battle here. The price of that thing would be astronomical. If you employed it in scale and it had a SpaceX-style rapid iteration testing regime, Dark, I don't think it would have been as complicated as we think. A Blue Aerospike? Am I dumb or something? New Glenn filed Blue Origin Ian filed a patent a couple of days ago. It's a patent application, not a patent certification. They filed a patent certification to use 2 BE3 turbo pumps to feed like 20 different nozzles on the back of a New Glenn upper stage. Basically turning the back of their upper stage into a gigantic toroidal aerospike. Think SERV, Chrysler SERV, that. They wanted to do something, they filed for a patent like that. I mean, chat at the time said they were copying Stoke Aerospace, and then I went and looked into it, and yeah, they're yes. It's exactly like Stoke's design. It's very close. So the funny thing is that Stoke Aerospace is made up of ex-Blue Origin propulsion engineers. That might get spicy. Doesn't help when the head of the organization talks crap about it engineers. Yep. Yeah, MP, that's true. Idiots in suits tend to ruin a lot of ideas. See, MP, knowing this history here of canceling stuff that works, how often do we run into people, here on Twitch, on Twix, Twitter X, Facebook, internet, wherever, Reddit? How often do you run into people that say, oh, SLS should be canceled. SLS should be canceled. It's a waste of money. SLS should be canceled. How often do you run into people like that? I cannot tell you how insanely idiotic it is to cancel stuff that works. In the past, it has not worked out. It hasn't worked out well. Just saying. Just saying. Hasn't worked out pretty well, has it? It's really funny to me. Oh, cancel SLS. Starship will be able to. Yeah, cancel the X-33. We don't need it. The shuttle does everything that it does, but better. And it already works. Yep. Duck and poo. Okay. Cancel Draco. We already have engines that work. Quite literally. Yeah. Unbelievable. But yeah. Venture Star was going to be amazing. Dude, Lockheed was so far into this project, they started manufacturing the outer shell of this thing. That's the shell on a jig. This is a jig to make the conformal pieces of the outer thermal protection shell. Which just pisses me off, because that means this thing is literally sitting in a Lockheed storage facility somewhere in pieces. The X-33 was supposedly super close to being finished. Like, and judging by how far along this pad is from these pictures, the whole launch complex was made, by the way, out in Palmdale. They made the entire launch complex. Pad, flame trench, integration hangar, everything. Literally the thing that we're making in Kerbal. Like, they had the flame dredges ready to go. This is a load simulator test, so this is not close to completion. I'd say the pad would have needed another year of checkouts and installations for when this picture was taken. But judging by the truck in the picture that all these pictures were taken in, that's a 97. That means this is like 98, 99, 2000. The project got canned in 2001. So that means that, what that tells me? The pad was finished. And the prototype was very close to flying, which just sucks. Also, nice truck. VentureStar and the X-33 kept Skunkworks alive between military contracts. Yep. Wait a minute. What do we got over there? Ooh. F550. Actually, that's not an F550. That's an L9000. Not an L series. Yeah, no, F550, F650, something like that. Nice truck. 90% of the way there. All that was left was the final assembly. And the aluminum tank was ready to go and lighter than the composite tanks were going to be. They wasted all that money for from something that pretty much works and never finished it. Yeah, Kobit, there's a reason why we're annoyed. And there's a reason why I'm trying to do it justice by building the damn thing in here. See, you know what? I know that an EVA placed fuel line, dude, won't do this, but I'm honestly wondering if just a regular placed fuel line will do this. No, there's no way. It's not going to bypass the cross-feed logic. I'm pretty damn sure. Lurker here. Do you have a favorite car or truck? I'm a Ford guy too. 2004 Cobra is yours. Hey, second rate. Yeah, no, I'm somewhat of a Ford fan myself. I don't know, man. I really like my 59 F100. That thing. That's a live shot of my garage. I just finished building this thing, dude. That thing's pretty cool. But you said you had 04 Cobra. Do you have an 04 Cobra, or is that just your favorite? Because if your favorite is an 04 Cobra, you have very good taste. Very good taste in cars. Yeah. 2004 SVT Cobra, red, the huge wing on the back. That's a cool car. I want one of those. That being said, I don't have one of those. I have a Mustang GT. It's a 2008, though. I have an S197 Mustang. You had a 2001 Bullet, not a Cobra. Still a cool car. Oh, hey, look. Lots of VentureStar media. Oh, no. Oh, it's an NSF thread, which is... Your favorite's a 69 Mustang in BRG. You guys got good taste in cars. Yeah, I have a S197 Mustang. It's a 4.63 valve with a 3650 Tremec 5-speed and an 8.8 running some highway gear or whatever. It's bone stock. That's my daily driver. I have the 59, which I just finished. I have a 97 F250 with a 5.8 and a 5-speed. Yeah, I have a manual F250 from 97, and it has no rust on it. There's no rust. No rot, no nothing. I got it from California from Hoonigan, the car YouTube lifestyle brand that Ken Block owned. Yeah, I bought it from them. And then I drove it home, which is pretty cool. I stream driving it home. And then I have this one's kind of a guilty pleasure, but I have a 69 Coronet. It's a Coronet 500, so it's got 4 doors, but it's still a B-body Chrysler, and I don't care. It's cool, and I like driving it. 90s OBSs are one of the most die-hard trucks ever made. Yeah, King, I'm with you on that one. You know, Top Gear has that whole Hilux thing, right? And Hilux, don't get me wrong, Hiluxes are indestructible. But also, mid-90s Ford trucks are impossible to kill. This thing, mine's the Terminator. It just doesn't care. You could beat the snot out of it. It's just like, all right. Doesn't California have a good atmosphere environment for things that are prone to rusting? That's right, Astrobrains. California is not very humid because it's a desert. It's a desert. It's a very dry climate, so 5% humidity all the time. Nothing rusts out there. It's not fair. The 97 does not fight me. It's a truck that's 25 years old, and if I go to change a part on it, you just undo the bolt. Easy peasy. You tried to do that on a 97 F250 that's been in Massachusetts its whole life, that's nigh impossible. Get the torch out. Whistling has entered the chat. I don't know if he's ever said if he likes those trucks, Arc, but yeah, no, Whistling could probably break it. But the wheels could literally fall off, yeah. That's user error, that's not the truck's design. Turns out when you have a moron driving it, it doesn't work right. But, yeah, no. That's cool, King. Mid-90s Ford diesels. Yeah, Sawyer in the chat has a truck like that. He has a 7... Sawyer, what's yours, a 95? Whistling has broken many Hiluxes. Yeah, the only way you could get the Hilux to stop working, Arc, is to drop it from a damn helicopter. They're pretty good, pretty well-made trucks, but I think 90s Fords are pretty damn well-made, too. Creation, we've been dealing with 80% humidity here for the past 7 days, and a high-pressure zone has prevented rain. Yikes. I don't know much about cars. I just know I need to change my blinker fluid. Yeah, you should do that. Here. Jack, I got you covered, buddy. It's a 97 Sawyer as well. Here you go. I got you covered, fam. No, that's different Sawyer, Nova. Yeah, here, you need some horn oil too? I got you. Can't sound empty, but use it a lot. I gotta fill those up with something. Is this Gran Turismo? Yeah. My man! So, yeah. That's why we're working on this. Specializes in cars and Kerbal. Yeah, Cobbett, I'm a mechanical nerd. I love engineering, dude. This is a STEM stream, dude. So we talk about rockets, we talk about horsepower, talk about letting the freedom out. You know? Love the must, please keep. Huh? I don't know. I can't afford a can of liquid Schwartz, Kyron. Love the music. Oh. Yeah. So in order to get crossfeed to work, we need this piece to be like that. But now how do we get the damn auto struts to work? Now we're back to square one. Unless... yeah, dude. Hey, Kyron.
The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy on the ground. There's a bunch of guys turning blue down here. We're breathing again. Here's $5 more to put in the tank. Then don't take the special. Told you we should have put more than $5 worth in. What if we had a secondary? Nah, it has to be attached to a crossfeed capable part. Unfortunately, that's the only crossfeed capable part. But all right, let's get rid of that. That needs to be like that. tank in place of the nose cone. The docking port isn't attached to the nose cone. The nose cone's just there to make it look like the docking port isn't floating. Oh, Kobe. Yeah, I got you. All right, Kobe. Thank you. Yeah, I won't know until you tell me, so I appreciate it. No, that's downstream in the hierarchy, dude. We might get away with struts, dude. Could get away with... I mean, struts still do bend. The struts in KSP will bend under load. That does happen. They're not the strongest part around, believe it or not. Don't get me wrong, they're pretty damn strong, but they're not the strongest. Look at what Lockheed posted if you haven't seen it already. Ian, what did you say? You hear something about a launch tonight? Kind of late, might skip it. Yeah. Ian, you see this? Future space flight is clear. Actually, it's nuclear! What do we got? I stream Monday through Friday. Usually streams go about 10 hours, so I stream about 50 hours a week on weekdays. I used to do it on the weekend, and I kind of want to go back to streaming on the weekend, but I don't stream on the weekends because I did this stupid adulting thing called buying a house, and houses require a lot of upkeep. So I keep the weekends for doing yard work, quite literally. SNR is on hold right now, Ian. Rockstar, I don't want to play GTA at all. I have no want to play it. I think we should go find another game. They put all the cars that people need to be competitive with racing behind a paywall on all platforms, but made the paywall only accessible via console. So even if someone wanted to join us for Saturday Night Racing, even if someone wanted to do that, all the cars that we use for Saturday Night Racing are literally locked behind a paywall, and because we play on PC and not console, there is no way to pay to unlock these cars that are behind the paywall, because the paywall is locked out on PC, but there's no way to buy it on the PC versions of GTA. I'm serious. I thought it was a joke when somebody said, I thought people were exaggerating. Then I went and read it and I went, nope, I don't want to play this anymore. So, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want nothing to do with it. Yeah, maybe we'll play Wreckfest or something. I have no idea. I don't want nothing to do with that. But yeah, this is awesome. This needs to happen. Not all that we use, but a lot of the more affordable and sooner attainable options that would let people be competitive have been paywalled, so the grind is longer and the payoff may never be seen. Yeah, Storm, not about that life, dude. Will the Draco be able to gimbal? It does have RCS up here, so I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't look like it has any gimbal on it, but it could. Keep in mind, this is just a concept render, so maybe. How funny would it be if Lockheed Martin made it to Mars first? I think a nuclear-powered exploration upper stage for SLS could be quite useful. Nuclear SLS EUS basically makes it so, because if we pioneer nervous stuff, right? That means, so the crazy part about this thing, guys, and they talked about it in the press conference this afternoon. Crazy part about that thing there is that it's not just a test demo. It's not just a prop test demo for nuclear propulsion. It is a propellant test demo for boil-off mitigation strategies. Problem with rocket propellants is that any propellant that's going to be worth its mass on orbit to get you to Mars or the Moon in any useful piece of time for a human, right, is cryogenics, and cryogenics boil off in space. You're closer to the sun, amongst other things, and in a vacuum. It gets really hot up there, even though space is a vacuum and technically really cold. But technically it's not cold. Technically it's nothing. It's the absence of heat. That's what vacuum is, right? Well, not necessarily, but you get the idea. So this thing is also going to test boil-off strategies. So if you had it, and I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If you even took a regular EUS with 4 RL-10s and using hydrolox with boil-off mitigation strategies on it, the EUS could circularize Orion in a lander in low lunar orbit. I'm telling you, the payload constrictions for the EUS with SLS is not because the EUS doesn't have the delta V. It literally can't execute. It can't coast. It can't coast for that long. That is the Achilles heel of SLS's new upper stage. If they could find ways to mitigate boil off and mitigate the hydrolox boil off on the EUS, the EUS could put an Orion capsule in low Earth orbit, or low lunar orbit, easy, and probably back to low Earth orbit. But yeah, that's another story. But Lockheed is working on boil-off strategies here too. What time is Falcon Heavy? 2 hours from now. We'll pick up coverage soon. Yeah. Anyway, back over to Kerbal. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. Nuclear SLS makes you feel things. I'm in, Jack. Yeah, that's nuclear carbon fiber EUS. Still say NASA needs to tug on the ULA thread and take them up on their concept of the 4 RL-10 ACES stage that looked like the EUS but has IVF. Can you imagine, Rocket Guy? The IVF with a carbon composite tank and a Nerva? An 8.4 meter dude. The exploration upper stage kicking. It's SLS's next gen upper stage. Upper stage. I'm just saying, dudes. That could be useful. Alright. How do we get around this problem? Should just go with the monolithic tank. So, Rocket Guy, what if we took, like, SLS's LOX tank, for instance, and just put a forward and aft skirt on that and attached it to a core stage, interstage with a Nerva engine? Instead of using like the EUS LH2 tank, we take the LOX tank, fill it with hydrogen. I know it's probably a little more complicated than that. and put an EUS on the back and put that on top of Block 1B SLS. Minus the EUS, obviously. And then a 10-meter fairing on top of that. Then work on a way to consolidate the RS-25 down to 2 pumps instead of 4 and get rid of a nice chunk of weight in piping. Why are we doing that? Wait. What? Why would we do this? I still want to know what the initial concept for thrust for what would be with the nuclear Draco. They did talk about it in the press conference. I think I missed a little bit of that part because I was answering somebody's question in chat. They are targeting 700-second specific impulse. I'm not 100% sure about what the thrust is going to be. Do you think they will try to continue the project again? Venture Star? No, that's not coming back. This still doesn't solve the auto strut thing. All right, let me think about this for a second. Just need a better way of coupling this thing together. Let me go back and look at some of my reference here. I just need to see something. Just market research. Venture Star. Explosive bolts. Explosive bolt frangible nut. That's why these things look like... why they're so chunky. This is a very similar separation mechanism to Delta 4. This is basically a box that contains the explosion from the explosive bolt, and the pin falls in there and separates the vehicle. Yeah, maybe I'm going to. I mean, they're using an explosive bolt. Yeah, Harp, we got a Falcon Heavy tonight, dude. Yeah. I just want to get this thing to launch once. I'm just hung up. I'm hung up on our systems here. I don't know how we're going to do them. We got to get around that crossfeed problem. I mean, you said attach something there as an intermediary piece, but that's not going to work because it's not going to distribute the load correctly. I'm talking to myself, aren't I? Yep. Yeah, Harp, well, I started doing space news again, so yeah, you should see more space news on here than past couple of weeks. Real life is starting to settle down for you boys, so. I'm not sure if just adding more struts is going to do anything, guys, but yeah, Wisp, nah, that's not going to work. You can't fuel, so the hierarchy won't allow you to fuel that because that's a secondary docking port. You have to have your primary docking port through here. One, because we separate the TE. And if I separated that, it would just, yeah, I don't want to do this. Kerbal understands this better. You have to fuel through this. The Kerbal's fuel flow logic and structural hierarchy understand that better. But see, this still doesn't fix our problem. That makes that thing not move around as much, but we'd still be running into... I just need a way to latch that pin. So if we move this up here, we need a way to align it, and I just need some way to like lock it into position. You always love those photos. Is that a Maxer photo? Yeah, there's Echo Star. Awesome. Cool. Rem, I basically need a way for when we're moving the SSTO up into position. I need a way to basically hold it, to like lock that thing in place. During fueling operations, these things really can't hold this thing up too well, but I think I have that problem solved. I just basically need to have these things held together better. And, you know, like, we need to work on, like, I guess the hold down point would be the right way to say it. That might work. We'd have to... I mean, we'd really have to, like, move this thing out of the way. Like right before we launch, we'd have to remove this hold down. But I suppose if we lock that out, it might be good enough. Not necessarily, Rem. No. Actually, you know what? I'm only going to put these on one side. We don't have a space over there for this. And I don't think we need those struts there. Okay. Alright, let's see what these things do. This is going to clip inside of the vehicle just a smidge, but not the worst. All right, let's do this. Hey, Lucian. All right, Kobe, we'll see what happens. How's KSP1 been treating you today? Not bad, weather guy. It's been fun. Chat wants me to build Rockwell's Star Raker. I kind of want to. Where are you planning to go? Well, Kobe, right now, I know the SSTO works. It's more about just getting the launch pad to do its thing. Alright, so... Stay there. Control from here. No motor power. No motor power. No motor power. Okay. All right. see what we got. Do you like my totally original factory design? Looks great, man. What are you planning to do on the weekend? This weekend, Kobe, if you really want to know? I have to edge my driveway. If you really want to know. Grass is growing into my driveway. And I don't like that. So I gotta go and take an edger and I gotta cut it. The problem is I have a really long driveway, so that's gonna take a little while. Sounds a little bit annoying. Yeah, Kobe, the dream is getting a house, right? Nobody tells you that houses require a ton of work to keep from falling apart. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Interestingly enough. Have you flown the previous SSTO today for old time's sake? This is the previous SSTO, tweets. I tried to fly it. It fell off the pad. Is the magic number. Okay, we're in position. Now we just gotta corral the SSTO. Risers into position. Second, fellas. forgot to lock the thing. We gotta lock the hydraulic, or lock that piece right there. Okay. Alright. That's why that wasn't working very well. Alright, let's just back it in. Gotta get that right there. Ready? Now we just gotta kind of do a little bit of a balancing act here between the risers and the air brake to push this thing into its back position. There we go. And got it. Nice. Okay. Sweet. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, though, weather guy. Alright. Now. Okay, now that that's in position, lock that hinge out. Yeah, it might work. It might work. All right. Cool. Lower the risers. Next step here is to move this. I said it's a bipod strut, but it's not. It's just a regular strut. It would be the bipod strut on the design. Okay. Cool. Hey, oh, you're at the VAB parking lot. Now I'm gonna bully you for not being here too. No, whatever. Since you bullied me and now I feel bad, Vulcan. You see that box in the pickup bed of the 59? The one that says heights on it? It's really hard to see the tape. The box that literally takes up the entire pickup bed almost. Saying that could be something useful. What is it? It's a suspension kit for a 91 Camaro. How long have you been working on the 59? It was off the road for 10 years, but I started really fixing everything on it earlier this year. My holders are doing okay. There we go. That's fine. All right. Let's try to move it. Where's that IROC? A viewer in chat wants me to put like a full tubular suspension kit in his Camaro. He's gonna send it here sometime soon. I have literally shelves full of suspension components for an IROC. We'll make it nice. It's Ernok. Is it our trucking friend? Yeah, it's Ernok. Ernok von Braun in chat. He's a good dude. Yeah, we're gonna do like a full suspension kit on his Camaro, and hopefully we'll stream it. Excited for that build. Yeah, well, hopefully you're gonna be here filming it. I'm just watching to make sure nothing is binding up, nothing's deflecting. It's going to be your next project in KSP. Kobe, I want to build that thing on the right. It's basically a space shuttle-ish 747 concept from the 1970s that could basically just fly up into space. It's like if Concorde, an SR-71, a C-5, and the space shuttle all kind of combined and Captain Planet or Voltron themselves into space. Okay, we're at 89.9. Have you seen the 3D rendered YouTube video of Star Raker? Hayes did one. I don't want to watch the whole thing because I don't have permission to restream his stuff and I respect the guy too much. I just want to take a quick peek. Dude, I don't remember him doing this. Oh, that's his video. We looked at some stills from this. What in the absolute? That's correct, Tweets. Holy balls. Whoa. Yeah, it's supposed to drop the landing gear. Does that KC-135 have enough fuel or something? That's the dream right there, man. That's the dream. Alright, let's check for alignment here. Pointed straight up. I've done all kinds of stuff in the past like that. COVID, yeah. Or Kobe, I said COVID again, sorry. Alright, well the transporter, well the erector is going backwards. Okay, here we go. We're gonna open up the fuel valves here. Fueling has begun. Yeah, Malachi, we put some fixes in. It might do it. I'm not sure. We just gotta watch how much we bend and flex. wonder if we could de-stress the bending from unlocking and locking this thing. Let's see. We're at 89.1 right now, which is not ideal. What if we just unlock the docking port? Just let it do its thing. I didn't realize the side boosters from tonight's Falcon Heavy are the same ones from January's Falcon Heavy launch, 1064 and 1065. Yep! Savvy, look at the deflection on the pitch. If it's 5, if it's 89.5 and we're 5% fueled, I don't know what to do here, man. Maybe just shut out all auto struts and just hope that this stuff just bends and flexes. But I'll continue with fueling. We're a little bit out of family. That's not, well, it's not out of family, it's just not where I want to be. I'm just worried the thing's going to tip over this way. Is getting there. That's pretty good. We'll see where it takes us. You don't want to time warp through fueling, guys, because it can break things. If I time warp through fueling, it'll basically be like dropping a fully fueled SSTO onto the pad, and you'll basically shock compress these parts and they explode. Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I've never seen it. Not locking that hinge probably had something to do with it. That thing being stuck at 89.4 is going to screw us. We're definitely not getting fueled if we're doing that. I mean, it's just going to bend out of position. Oppenheimer bombed. Ah, I see what you did there. You popped a hinge. Okay. I think I can pop it back into position. See, we're just stuck here doing these Band-Aid fixes over and over and over again. There's gotta be a better way to do this, dudes. I managed to launch and refly the rocket in about an hour. Nice. Yeah, the shaking is just parts getting loaded up. Look, see how bent all this stuff is down here? That's no good. I will say that the SSTO is still pointed straight up, so... I mean, Torch, we could, but... I mean, those things are doing some definitely, they're definitely doing some weird stuff down there, but the SSTO is showing, the rates are showing that we are literally pointing straight up despite being fueled, which is good, which means that when it's fueling up, it's just pushing down and not pushing to the left or to the right. So, I mean, we know it's a game. We can verify that that telemetry is correct. It's basically a raw readout of what that docking port is seeing. So we know that that telemetry, these rates are correct. You gotta trust it. Oh, and I can just trust that the thing started bouncing around. Well, the rates were right, and then they weren't. It's almost like the game hears me. I don't know, dudes. It just doesn't want to do it. We have to... I gotta rethink this thing again. I mean, we probably should have locked the G11 hinge out when it went back into the vertical position before we started fueling. That probably would have helped. But we're about an hour and 20 minutes out from heavy, so... I don't know. Maybe just chill. We'll pick this up another day. My sincerest suggestion, rebuild the box. Don't rely on hinges for anything but motion. Split it. Yeah, but the thing is that has to be the root part of the entire box. So yeah, we got to find a better way to distribute the load. That's all. Yeah, but yes, if that's what you're saying, then yeah. Don't rely on the hinges or anything but motion. Split apart positioning. Load bearing, everything should hold in place due to gravity, not in spite of it. Yeah. What I'm worried is that if we strengthen the box, that could expose structural flaws in the SSTO, which I already know is there because remember the whole landing gear fiasco? Yeah, there are other parts, Torch. Yeah, there are other parts. Yeah. I'm just starting to get tired, dude. I've been staring at this and trying to fix this and talking to you guys and talking about UAPs and NERVA and all this stuff for a good amount of time here. It's uneven at the back. It fell off the pad again, Jack. I think what we need to do, I think I'm missing a step. I think I need to lock the G11 hinge. I haven't tried that after we integrated, so I think if we lock the hinge, then the SSTO's landing gear, once the hinge is locked, right, and the docking port's locked, yeah, once the hinge and the docking port are locked in position, the auto struts on the SSTO's landing gear will hold it upright. We just didn't get that thing locked, so the thing sagged. I think that was my trick for solving why this has to be attached to there. So satisfactory and chill? We could do that. Yeah. We're trying to build a skyscraper in a game that's not about building skyscrapers. That's the problem. Fuzzy thinking near the end of the stream leads to mistakes. Yeah. You're not wrong. All right, Kobe. I'll see you tomorrow. I think I want to build Star Raker tomorrow, dudes. I think I want to build Star Raker. Any hinge progress? We can make strong hinges, JSpeed. The problem I'm having here is interfacing the SSTO to this. And I think that's just because I've retrofitted this pad, which wasn't designed with hybrid tech in mind, with hybrid tech. I retrofitted the hybrid tech. And don't get me wrong, the movement of the pad is actually really good. This pad is one of the most reliable pads that I have that can move stuff. Honestly, I'm having a little bit of trouble getting the SSTO to align to this and then stay in position during fueling. That usually had relied on auto struts in past designs, but for whatever reason I decided not to. But I'm seriously thinking it's just locking that hinge. Locking the hinge out is what's screwing us up. But then again, yeah, we could build Star Raker. We'll, I don't know. I'll try that with locking that G11 hinge out tomorrow. We'll screw around with it a little bit. But if we want to start Star Raker build, we need to... Yeah, they need to be started sooner rather than later, because that's going to take a second to put together because I need to do this. I need to do the wing tessellation. You guys remember this sucker? Hey, Watching Space, what's going on? I mean, Star Raker would actually kind of be similar to this design. This would be close. The K90 is... Yeah, this plane is on another level. I remember it flew better upside down. That was the X-48. That was an older version, Rocket Guy. Yeah. Turns out that when you tessellate the wing like this, you're getting into it's kind of like fudging blade element theory. Now we're into aerofoil design, which is interesting that it actually, like, yeah. It's interesting that that's actually a thing. Quick flight to see if it works. Oh, it works. I'm just wondering why it doesn't have any fuel in it. I mean, we could load her up. Sitting in the bleachers at the Saturn V set are ready to watch Falcon Heavy tonight. Nice. Oh, this thing works, dudes. Yeah, no, this is an awesome plane. Our Star Raker design will be something similar to this. I just brewed a fresh cup of salted caramel cookie coffee to make it to Falcon Heavy tonight. You're drinking coffee at 8:45, dude? Okay. Yeah, the K90 is a monster torch. This is actually what kind of proved to me that something this big can fly in KSP and it understands it correctly. Because this thing is a monster of an aircraft. Okay, ready? Night coffee is fire. Yeah, I know. I drink coffee at night sometimes too. Shouldn't, but do. Actually noticed that deploying the flaps trims the plane out, right? Which is still draggy? Our lifted drag is 2.6. What are you, crazy? What are you talking about? still has around 1,000 kilonewtons of drag. This isn't a damn Concorde, man. It literally looks like a flying stingray. Like what? I don't know. 1,000 is not bad for how big this damn plane is. What are you, crazy? You ever play Flight Simulator? Yes, I've played Flight Simulator before. I mean, Tessa, the plane is 200 tons. I don't know what you want. Did I see that right? Yeah, it's 200 tons. What do you want? What did you name this, and why did you name it the Albatross? We want negative drag. Yeah, they got a word for that. It's called thrust. It's not a bomber glitch. It's actually a cargo plane. I'll show you. Let me bring her in for a land. Cargo full of bombs. It could dig, yeah. That was a different plane, though. Apollo, this is my K-90. This can fly anywhere around Kerbin. You can basically fly anything around Kerbin, and it has a cargo bay, so you could fly trucks anywhere you want.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jonathan, what's up? Looks insane. Yeah, this was a hard build, man. Kerbal exploration in mind, yep. Here, I'll show you. Let me bring her down. It's not big enough to do that. Yeah, Torch, I wanted to do that at some point. That was kind of the reason why I put the launch pads on wheels, so I could just have a wholly independent space program, like operating over there. Didn't need KSC except for fuel. That was the whole idea. Would top-mounted jets cause vortexing issues on the tail? Yeah, maybe. These would have to be out here somewhere, but... not good. Well, almost good. Boing. This is the part where it's gonna suck. Yeah, I guess we didn't need that. Oh, still got control. And stall. Stall. Not bad. Hey, if you look at it from the front, she's fine. Here, let me put the plane back on the runway when it's not destroyed. Here, I'll show you. So this plane is designed to fly pretty much anywhere. It can fly at extremely high altitude because it's mostly wing. And it can fly really, really far. It has excellent range. But, on top of that... How did that front end not just go straight into the ground? Because I'm good at building stuff strong. Jumping a 200-ton plane is not recommended. Yup. Here, I'll show you. Watch this. I was just thinking about why you don't see planes with top-mounted turbines. It's not as far-fetched as you might think. Alright, here, watch. Ground effect, Panther. Do you keep all your action group commands of all your craft in memory? Yes. Do you control yaw with the rotation of the joystick? Yes. Yeah, Tig. Right? Fun times. That's correct. The panel tessellator. I made this before that. Yeah. Imagine what we could do with the panel tessellator. Thanks, Panther. It's got a cargo bay. You have to get stuff in the cargo bay somehow, dude. So I'd like to see this bad boy scaled up, and I didn't even know what an echinoplane was until a couple minutes ago. You want to see this scaled up? Dude. It's... I don't understand. Is it not big enough? Like, what do you want? Nowadays you could put flags and stuff right here to block this all out, make it look right. That's right, Sister. T-minus 1 hour till Furkin. I got, dude, I'm telling you, guys, this thing was not easy to make. We made this before hybrid tech too. This thing's actually pretty damn strong for no hybrid tech. I'm actually really impressed. Yeah, guys, I think Star Raker might be an easier shape to make than this. That's exactly what we did, Tig, yeah. I drove trucks into the back of this thing and we held them and we secured them in place and yep. What is this hybrid tech you speak of? The spectro bearings, Torch, and the thermo bearings that were on the launch pad. If you build those into a robotic piece, the robotic hinges don't move around. That's what made those pad hinges so strong to be able to turn the SSTO. I never had a problem with picking the thing up and moving the SSTO back and forth on the pad. It's just the alignment was screwing up. But hybrid tech hinges are insanely strong. You could use them to make whatever. Can someone help me? I don't find the engine plate. Where can I get it? Tag me for answer. Engine plate. It's part of the DLCs. Carrot Magic. I think it's part of making history. Falcon Heavies go for propellant loading. Cool. So you guys like echinoplanes, huh? Stuff that skims over the water? That's pretty cool. You should build one of those someday. But the ground effect isn't in Kerbal, so it's kind of difficult to get that right. You could fake it with like a downward-facing jet engine or something. Those Goliath engines are 200% overclocked, Hellfish, so yeah, the thing can go. Hydrofoils? Yeah. You guys want to go swimming? Hey, Gisp. AKA not my real dad. What's up, buddy? That's, the seaweed and stuff is, part of, which visual pack is it, dudes? I forget. Yeah, that's the one thing. Can we take off again? It's a hydrofoil. You can hydrofoil across if you want. The choppy water from Scatterer that's preventing it from doing this. Water is visual only. I don't think it is, Tessa. Judging by how this thing is moving through it, I think you're 100% wrong, actually. Yeah, the way this thing is doing, the way this thing's moving around, it's definitely worth flowing off the waves. But I don't know. Whatever. Work now. I think we just needed to lock those out, but we never had to do that before, which is very strange. Too bad this launch isn't during the day. There's a tropical depression closing in on Florida. We might have had a chance to see it. Never used to, the hydraulics never used to do that, which is very weird. Sticking out right there. Pretty cool plane though, right? Okay, this is making me want a Star Raker. So build one. We'll start tomorrow. God. I mean, it's gonna be around the same size as this dang thing. To be honest. This thing can just sit up here all day, low throttle, and just hang around. Stall. It is a little bit sluggish. Locks loaded, started on Falcon.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What are we flying? This is the K-90. It's a gigantic cargo plane that can fly anywhere around Kerbin. Wait a minute. Is this still the same save where I set up all those ground stations? I thought we still had those. Have we done a flight around Kerbin? Yes, with this plane. We've dropped off cargo on the other side of Kerbin, no force, with this plane before. Yeah. I did that in one stream. We went, dropped off cargo over in the desert, came back, moved. This thing can move all kinds of stuff around, trucks, whatever. Oh, of course, I haven't done that today. No, we didn't do that today. Bodhi, you saw the Super Guppy today at, where were you? Oshkosh. That's cool, man. It's a freaking big plane, dude. I stalled at the last second. Does KSP2 have the part library to make this? Robotics aside? No. No wings. We couldn't do wing tessellation. We'd have to use procedural wings for wing tessellation, and that... I mean, we could just make the wings with procedural wings, but, then we'd... Flying the thing around, it would just be one big white line behind it. The contrails are really what kills making planes for me in KSP2. I hate them. I think they should be out of the game. What if the game can determine what the weirdest point is and put white lines there? I don't think white lines should be behind it at all, of course. Let's see what Chaos said, right above you. I landed in a stadium and rescue hostages? It's not a C-130, Red Fade. Jesus, man. I hard counter you with facts, bro. What's going on, brother? This is incredible sport, man. Even though we could make that. I could make that work. Contrails are generated by differential pressure over the wings, Rem, that condenses the atmosphere at high altitude. I mean, it definitely didn't blow up. Dude, something tells me, man, that something tells me that that is not... No, not this part. Not this part. This part's fine. Something tells me that right here... Oh! Isn't good for the airframe. How you feeling about the Patriots this season? I'm not. It didn't blow up. The wing just fell off. That's all. It's a C-130. You can put those back together. It's fine. Yeah, the thing about that is that there's fuel in the wings, so if they crack, you know, they... Ignition. Everything is fine! Anyway, Red Fade, how you doing, man? How's things? Still hard countering people, bro. What's going on, buddy? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, this was an idea about trying to short take off and land a C-130. It was an idea to rescue hostages out of Iran in 1979. It's called Credible Sport. The idea was literally to get the C-130 to take off and slow down to be able to take off and land in basically a football field's length. The idea was to attach rockets to it. Here, let me show the good part. No, that's not the good part. Here, this is the good part. Doing a lot of work for your dad. He has a lot of interesting designs and things going on. Did your old man know that Lockheed just got a huge contract for nuclear thermal propulsion today? Like, that's the kind of stuff Mr. Red Fate is into. Oh yes, he knows everything. Yep. Don't they jettison the rocket motors? Yeah, they could have. Oh. You know what? Do you know where my mind goes? These engines were all manually actuated, fellas. You know where my mind goes with this? You could abso-freaking-lutely do this with a computer-controlled avionic. Like, computer-controlled avionics could absolutely get this done. No problem. Like, what are you gonna worry about? The SRBs not firing? The SRBs aren't not gonna not fire. But yeah, you'd be able to do this, sure. Hey, wait a minute. Nice Camaro. Didn't Von Braun work on nuclear engines for Saturn? Von Braun didn't, no, but here, ready? Hit the brakes! Are we stopped? We're stopped, sir. Good. Unless Avio made them. Ooh. Savage. Imagine being the lucky test pilot for this thing, yeah, right? Smoke if you got him. Now hear this. Sir, you better buckle up. Yeah, buckle this. Ludicrous speed. Go! My brains are going into my feet. It looks so stupid. It looks so stupid, but it's really cool. Oh! That's awesome. I'd do it. I'd do it. I'd do it. I'd be like, yeah. I'll hit the button myself. You know? Was that to launch off of a carrier? Geek, they were trying to come up with a way to rescue hostages, the American hostages in Iran in 1979, and the idea was to literally land a C-130 inside of the Iranian national football team's football stadium. Pick the hostages up in the stadium and get out with a C-130, rocket powered. Yeah, this is what they wanted to do. They wanted to land this thing on a soccer field. That's why it needs to be able to yeet! That's awesome. And then to top it off, you get intercepted by F-14s. The idea was to do it before they even knew what hit them. I mean, nowadays you could just do this with a V-22. A V-22 would do this easy. That would be easy.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Tack, what's going on? Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm all right. Also acts as power projection. Yep. It's like the time the U.S. went and got Bin Laden. Still don't know. Still don't know how they got in the middle of Pakistan without anybody figuring out what was going on. Still don't know how that happened. Who was flying it? John Young? Nah, some crazy guy in the Air Force. With that being said, though, they did get a C-130 onto an aircraft carrier. Oh yeah, that's the video right there. It's nuts, dude. Imagine Situation Room that night. Yeah. Could you build such a thing? Kiggy, what? Credible Sport? Yeah, oh, dude, you could absolutely do Credible Sport in Kerbal. Oh, yeah, sure. Duh. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Heavies go for prop load. All right, so we're gonna work on Star Raker tomorrow, guys. We'll see. See if we can do it. I'm not entirely sure. Could a launch catapult cope with a C-130's mass?
Version of the Phantom F4. On the contrary, this is a type of flying from which transport aircraft, helicopters, are usually excluded. But the flexibility that carrier-borne operations offer depends on regular resupply facilities being available, and available without the carrier having to move off station. Imagine the benefits, then, of being able to land a medium-sized transport aircraft on a carrier, and of course take it off again afterwards. In the 60s, they did a trial on the USS Forrestal to see if it was feasible to operate the Hercules from a carrier. Bear in mind that the Phantom, and most other regular shipborne aircraft, need steam catapults to get off and arresting off the end when they land. But the Hercules wasn't designed with any of that in mind, and so it had to be able to operate without either catapult or arrestor.
Oh!
They tried a touch
Stop! Oh, it's just a touch and go.
The two Navy pilots chosen for the trial, Lieutenant Commander Stovall and Lieutenant Flatley, had never flown a four-engined aircraft before.
Oh.
But they were able to make the first C-130 carrier landings after only a short period of training. They went on to complete 29 touch-and-go landings and 21 unarrested full-stop landings and unassisted takeoffs. During the trial, the aircraft's gross weight was gradually increased to 121,000 pounds, which allowed them to carry in 30,000 pounds of payload, more than 13 tons.
Yeah, that's super impractical, though. You literally need the whole flight deck. So, it can't just land with the arrestor, so you need it needs the entire flight deck to take off and land. That's insane, man. With not only that, with how much tonnage did he say? 13
takeoffs. During the trial, the aircraft's gross weight was gradually increased to 121,000 pounds, which allowed them to carry in 30,000 pounds of payload, more than 13 tons.
Yeah, it's pretty damn impressive. But see, for takeoffs and landings, especially with that payload, you got to clear every single plane off the flight deck. Notice how nothing is on the deck of the Forrestal. For what you're doing here, this is a lot of work for not that much gain, even though it is cool. Yeah, obviously it needs a headwind. There's no way this thing is taking off with no headwind. Imagine trying to stop that with a barricade. I don't think it would. Guess that's why the Navy has the C2. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. I mean, I'm not a squid, but yeah. I know that... Dude, think about it. Think about how much time it would take to move all of those planes. The carrier can have like 20, 30, 40 planes up on the deck. I mean, if there's flight operations, you could... I'm not sure if you can get the whole kit and caboodle up there, but I'm pretty sure you could get most of them. There's like 70 on an aircraft carrier or something. Imagine having to clear all those and have to put them all down in the hangar deck just to get one plane to land. And doing that, like, routinely while you get resupplied. Nah, we don't need to do that. Send a Pavlo. That's cool, Cajun. Neat. If you go in the drink, you get a carrier in the butt at 35 knots. Yep. What time is Falcon Heavy? About 30 minutes. So, anyway, we'll work on Star Raker tomorrow. At least try to put some designs together and we'll see what we can do. A B-17 on a flat top would be hilarious. Yeah. My uncle got put on that carrier shortly after she got put back into the service after the fire. He was an electrician for Tomcats. That's cool, Arbless. Neat. Alright, I'm going to switch this over to Falcon Heavy launch coverage. We got Echo Star 24, a Falcon Heavy launch tonight. Double RTLS landings. This should be fun. We getting the core stage back too? No. I thought that did happen. Nah, that was a B-25, Hawks. Do they still have plans to do double drone ship landings? This was supposed to be double drone ship landings, but SpaceX said no. SpaceX said there was no way. I'm just changing up the title.